About the reset, and of course, for those watching on the VOD, I know you won't know, but I had a little bit of trouble getting started. So one thing I just wanted to acknowledge, it seems like whenever there is a convention or basically when there's a little bit more attention that comes up for Phantom Brigade, the channel gets a little bit of a boost in terms of attention, and I suspect that that's probably a number of people who are looking for the game. If you happen to be one of them, thanks for stopping by, and I hope you like this. But I am quite wordy, and so you may find that there's some benefit to jumping around the video and taking a look. I think Phantom Brigade is a really great game, and it's one that is worth checking out. But I realize that the format for a live stream is very different from what people are looking for to begin with. And one of the reasons why I want to acknowledge this right off the bat is that I have been given a copy of this game from the developer, Brace Yourself Games, and they haven't asked me to say anything, but it is good to sort of note when you've been given something specifically for the purposes of creating content from it, from the developers. So I've been playing this game, and it works two ways, right? In one sense, it shows that I've been playing this game since a very early time. I'm still enthusiastic about it. I can talk about how the game sort of changed over time. But there's always that worry that when someone has a particular interest, if you've received something of value, and certainly I value Phantom Brigade very much, that always raises a certain question in terms of why it's being broadcast. And, for me, I don't mean to be disrespectful to the keys that I get, but I have a decent enough job that, working an extra hour or even just like going to Starbucks or something like that and slinging some coffee for that time, like I make enough doing those activities that, obviously you don't do you don't do streaming to become rich, I think. Well, I mean, I guess some people wind up doing it, but I'm not one of those. But I don't know. It just always feels best to disclose that stuff up front. You can make of it what you will. I definitely think Brace Yourself Games are a developer who's well worth supporting, and I'm over the moon that they have put that show of faith in terms of giving me a key to sort of show off the game. But I wanted to get that out of the way, especially just to acknowledge the people who've been checking out the game on their own. Now, the other thing I wanted to deal with at the start of the cast, and I'm really disappointed that I had to reset before starting the broadcast, was I got an update for OBS. It looks like it's version 28 now, but they also made a note that it is the 10th anniversary of OBS, and I had no idea. I will confess, I'm getting used to this new interface that they've put in. It feels very large, and I'm getting used to it. But I don't know. I think people tend to complain about UIs whenever they change, even if they're changes for the better. But I did just want to take a quick second here and acknowledge something. I know a number of you like watching Twitch channels. I like streaming on Twitch. It's why I do it. But a lot of this stuff happens, like the hobby essentially happens because there is this open source team that now for a decade has been putting together this really solid tool for being able to broadcast. It's also worth acknowledging for a second here that this is something that is now being used to sell games. So if you take a look on the Steam page, there's quite a bit of competition to try and get one of those coveted top 6 slots. I know this because I'm super happy when I get it, and I'm super disappointed when I see a couple thousand people in the bottom slot because it just means that job's going to be that much harder. And yes, I realize this is the point where people who can see metrics are going to look down at the number and say, really, you? And it's like, yes, really me, thank you. But that's another story. I think those of you who know what I'm talking about know, and those of you who don't aren't going to be convinced about my value in terms of numbers one way or another. Hopefully you find other reasons to find me interesting. But, I'm always going to sing the praises of Brace Yourself Games, indeed Canadian developers in general, because let's face it, Canada produces the best game developers, or at least houses the best game developers. A special mention to Tanya Short, who seems to now be a Canadian citizen, not just locating their company in Canada. But yeah, Canada is home to a bunch of really great developers, and it's easy to focus on the games in that, but I think it is worth acknowledging that I don't think broadcasting would be the thing that it is if it were not for tools like OBS. And the fact that the hobby has grown to a point that it's now something that is embraced commercially and it is used as a tool for being able to sell games and get people in touch with them. And not just games, obviously. OBS gets used for a lot of other things as well. The fact that this has happened through, a team that's essentially not really being compensated the way that we would normally expect from some kinds of software that are so widely used. I figured the 10th anniversary, I definitely don't thank them enough for this, but I think the 10th anniversary is definitely something that I think I should mark and acknowledge that, because certainly I wouldn't be broadcasting nearly as much without OBS. I had recorded things on my computer before, and they're considerably more difficult than when I was working with OBS. So it seemed like a good time to acknowledge that. Now, I hope you all had a good Labor Day. I apologize for those of you who did not know that I would not be broadcasting on Monday because of that. I'm loading Phantom Brigade now, by the way, so it's going to take a little while to load up. We are going to be playing the Alpha... Oh, sorry, it says Phantom Brigade Alpha. We're playing the Experimental Branch. I don't know if there will have been any changes since last week, but we will be able to take a look. I guess we'll be able to take a look at the number in the top left-hand corner. But yeah, I hope you all had a good Labor Day. I have been running hot for a really long time. I was sort of hoping to have some of the work stuff that I needed to do done by this point, and there's some stuff that I needed to sort of double back on. I had a job interview this week, and I feel like I talked too much. I'm not entirely sure the interview went as well as it could have. It's a role I'm definitely very interested in, but whether or not I get it is very much up in the air. And there was a point where I probably would have been kind of crushed if I didn't get it. But it's one of these things where I think probably I need to maybe focus a little bit more. I don't know, this is a really terrible analogy, but I guess it's a little bit like dating. Like, you can obsess over and pine for one person who may not necessarily feel the same way about you. And if you do that, maybe that is failing to acknowledge that perhaps the thing working only exists inside your head. Early access, welcome to the Brigade. We're excited for you to experience Phantom Brigade and have your help sharing its development during its early access period. During the course of development, some aspects of the game might feel rough, sparse, or buggy. Every month we'll release a major update, which includes bug fixes, new features, and quality of life improvements for players. We appreciate your patience and feedback throughout the process as we work to deliver the most important features and fixes. From the main menu, check out our early access roadmap to see what's coming next for Phantom Brigade, and reach out to us via the Brace Yourself Games Discord community, or read the latest patch notes for the latest changes and known issues. Thank you for joining us on this journey. We look forward to making Phantom Brigade better and better with your help. Got it. Seizure warning. A very small percentage of people may experience a seizure when exposed to certain visual images, including flashing lights or visual patterns. These seizures may have a variety of symptoms, including lightheadedness, altered vision, eye or face twitching, jerking or shaking of arms or legs, disorientation, confusion, or momentary loss of awareness. Immediately stop playing and consult a doctor if you experience any of these symptoms. If you or any of your relatives have a history of seizures or epilepsy, it is recommended that you consult a doctor before playing. And here's the beautiful main menu. But yeah, I don't know, as far as the job search thing, like, it's important to acknowledge in those cases that the idea of the perfect fit exists only in your head. It doesn't necessarily, it doesn't necessarily have any basis in reality, or at least the world as it's constituted at the time. Obviously, there is always the possibility that people change, institutions change, you become more skilled, you become a better person, lots of things can happen in the world. But trying to take the long view on it, but we'll see. I suppose I've had interviews where... Oh, Strider Owens, question chalk. Is this coming out on Steam? You thought it looked cool, but Hop has co-opted your Epic Store account. That's a great question, Strider. In fact, one thing that I will recommend... First of all, hello, and by proxy, hello to Hop. Apologies for the loss of your... Maybe not apologies, but condolences for the loss of your Epic account. So, one thing that may interest you is the Brace Yourself Games Discord. And in fact, I'm going to take a quick second here and get the link for that, because they are going to be doing a batch of beta testing for Steam. So the simple answer is yes. Now, unlike unlike Industries of Titan, this game is not going to have an early access period in Steam. The early access period is exclusive to Epic, and then when the game gets its 1.0 release, it'll be coming out on Steam. There's no official date for it, but they definitely seem to be ramping up to it. Now, the reason why I give you that Discord link is that as part of the intention to sort of bring it to 1.0 and bring it on, bring it up to Steam, they've been doing a number of beta tests. Now, from what I understand, the first one was quite small, and as you might imagine, these things do tend to get, they tend to sort of fill up rather quickly. But I believe they do sort of a ping to people who are using, who've listed themselves as Brigadier. I noticed on June the 28th, Demi posted, "It's time! Sign-ups for the first round of Phantom Brigade Steam playtests are here. Access is granted on a first-come, first-served basis, but if you don't manage to grab a spot this time around, don't worry, because we'll be doing more playtests for future updates." So, everybody's got a Discord, and I realize it's a lot to ask to get people to hop into another Discord, but because I know the answer yes, but not yet, is sometimes a disappointing one. If you're really committed, you can in fact help Brace Yourself bring Phantom Brigade to Steam by helping them out with the Steam beta. And the best way to be informed about that will be the Discord. So hopefully that is, hopefully that's something that you're able to take part in, or if nothing else, it lets you keep in touch with the Brace Yourself people. And obviously, I'm going to be banging the drum and letting everyone know when the thing comes out into 1.0 or when they announce it. I believe Industries of Titan has got a release date for November, so. They when they are certain, they definitely give release dates. I would probably guess 2023 myself, but I say that as just someone who's thinking like, okay, well, or maybe it's October for Industries of Titan. October feels really short. Anyways, definitely, there's a lot on their plate. And I suspect probably with the holiday season, like maybe you do want to have something out for holidays, or maybe, maybe, I don't know, like it can go either way. But I would probably guess 2023 sometime. And of course the thing is that they probably have a date in mind, and that date could change. So that's the other factor. But either way, when this comes out on Steam, I hope you get it, and I hope you enjoy it. And then, of course, I hope that Hop streams it, and that you co-cast with your own copy. You go side by side, and we see who has the better tactics. All right. Was it really August 31st? Yeah, I guess it would have been August 31st. So let's hop in. I was going to say, so I was talking about the job stuff, or job... application. Hoping to get back on reading. I've actually... Oh, that makes sense. You never really know, right? Asking a lot. I've never streamed. Well, this is the I think one of the things that's always funny is that some people sometimes feel a need to stream because they watch a lot of Twitch. But the thing is of course, like for someone like me, it's a huge benefit if people are viewers, because then I have people to watch me. But I'd be lying. I mean, if I said there wasn't something interesting about broadcasting, and obviously, everyone's got to have a first broadcast sometime. So I'm sure Hop can give you all the tips for being a big broadcaster. But yeah, I don't know. I think I really do like sharing games I enjoy. It's one of the reasons why I'm such a big fan. Oh, I was wondering if the colors changed, but I think it was just the territory that I was over on the buttons. Yeah, I really like being able to share games that I really enjoy, and Phantom Brigade's a perfect example of this. So I'm sure I'll get some of the like personal and editorial stuff out of the way, but maybe let's deal with the liberation first. So I do seem to have made a little bit of a problem for myself. So there's a number of areas that we can sort of fight in to help liberate Hosfred. There's a battle site which is getting close to wrapping up, so we're definitely going to want to come to people's aid here first. But we also have a certain period of time where we want to do a raid, and a raid outside of Hosford. So we're actually going to be moving outside the contested territory to get the raid done. Now, this is interesting to me because the overworld has always sort of felt like I'm in control, right? There are some situations where I try and make things a little bit more to my, advantage. There's some definitely cases where I've sort of used the abilities that I have to make things work a bit better, like work in my favor. So using things like the stealth and all of that. But for the most part, like I've been kind of calling the shots, and I don't necessarily feel like the game has thrown me this really impossible situation where I have to make like a really tough decision. This is one of those examples, right? Where in this case, we've got a battle site which we need to deal with, but we also have this raid that we need to perform. And depending on what resources we have, we may actually find that there's some difficulty in terms of getting where we need to go, particularly if we take a lot of damage and need to repair as well. Kilgore, how are you doing tonight? Oh, sorry, I thought I saw Strider. I'm filibustering the opening. For those of you who do not know him, Kilgore Trout didn't just finish another big move. I think one that maybe wasn't desirable, but was necessary. And in addition to having the new, I say bookshelves, but the ones I saw had a bunch of movies on them. I do happen to know that Kilgore is well read, though. I believe he was able to identify a Russell and Whitehead reference, which was brought up in the stream. So obviously that automatically gets cool person points for me. But it is worth mentioning that Kilgore has gotten himself set up for doing music streams, which is something that I know that he was looking to do for quite some time, and it is in fact one of the reasons he did the move. So if you're looking for somebody who's dedicated to streaming, I would definitely point out Kilgore Trout, because he is someone who has actually undertaken some fairly radical changes in his life. Obviously, some brought on by circumstance as well as his own decisions. But if you want an idea of someone who's committed to his craft, both as a broadcaster but as a musician, you need look no further than Kilgore. Obviously, you can see that. You can also see he's got the partner indicator and all of that. But I prefer to give people a reason to check them out. So Kilgore, in addition to doing a lot of retro games, usually on original hardware, so we'll be playing on old Pentiums, MMXs and things like that, for games that sort of he enjoyed, potentially even sold when he was working in a computer shop when they first came out. It's a great way if you're into classic gaming, whether you want a heavy dose of nostalgia or if you'd like to find out about some things that maybe you missed. He's a really good really good broadcaster for that. But on top of that, it's also a really good time to get into his stuff, just simply because he's been expanding out in terms of a lot of the different things that he's been covering. And it's essentially just a chance to see him do some things that he's been talking about, it feels like, for years. And it's, of course, delightful to be able to see someone with his talent and his dedication to finally be able to sort of realize those plans. I certainly know what it's like to have some things that you want to do, but not necessarily always have the means of accomplishing. If you don't stream and play, what else is there? I mean, for me, I've been, I was gonna start. So the OBS anniversary notification came up, and I wanted to read it out, but I had to reset the computer. So the one thing I was going to talk about before that, though, was how I've moved from, writing when I felt like it, which is a terrible place to be because it just means you're not committed. It doesn't, there was a time when it would feel bad not to write, and I was like, I got to get back to that point. So I've got a pretty good track record now of writing, but one of the things is that I always tend to find now when I'm low energy or maybe not as, when I'm struggling a little bit to find a worthwhile topic, that's usually a function of not having read enough. And definitely before I try and do any fiction, I need to read more fiction. I've been starting with Russian short stories, so I'm a little more depressed than usual. But I read The Darling by Chekhov this morning. But anyways, it's sorry, I'm making this all about myself now. But one of the things I've noticed is that while I do have a daily reading habit, it's really not the level that it should be. Like I used to be 100% a reader. Like it was a question of how many difficult books I would be reading a week, as opposed to like if I would get through a difficult book a week. Oh yeah, everything I write is nonsense, at least the first draft. But I think the catch is that I can definitely. It's hard to articulate, but I'm gonna guess. You know, I'm not even gonna pretend that we swim in the same waters, musicianship wise. But I think probably the way that I could describe it would be, you know, whether you're practicing something or whether you're trying to create something, you can sort of feel where you are working towards something of value or substance. Like, you know, you're on a path to something that has sort of a means of becoming good. And then there are those times where it's like, I'm spending time on this thing, but I'm not necessarily improving. It's like, you know, you can do scales, right? And you know, there are those times where it's like, it's necessary and you know, to do it. And then sometimes you're just like banging out the scales and it's like, you're not really focused on it or whatever. Like I can remember like probably around the time that probably I was going to stop getting piano lessons. Like, it's just going through the motions. And at that point, like, sometimes you raise the question, like, what are you doing? And like, for me, it's like, I'm building the habit, because if I only write on the days that it's easy, then I'm not going to be writing. Yeah, exactly. So I've tended to find that for me, like, writer's block is very, well, I don't really like calling it writer's block, but it's always been a function of the fact that I've not been reading enough. And I've definitely been sort of floundering on like 2 or 3 things where I'm like, I'm really not happy where this is going. And like, they're now 8,000 words long or something along these lines. And it's just like, this is useless. Like, nobody's convinced by this. It's not making an interesting and original point. I'm going to argue that this essay does not need to be written. But that was how I spent my time. And then I got really frustrated by what some people were saying about AI generated art. And I was like, actually, these points have never been made before. And I'm upset that these points have not been made before, because they seem to be a lot more central to the question that, you know, gets everybody in a tizzy about this thing. And all of a sudden, you know, the last couple of days I've been banging out a pretty decent little essay. Whether or not it comes out is a whole other question. And, you know, whether anybody reads it, I don't care, because writing is something that gives me satisfaction. So, anyways, I don't know why I got on this topic, but check out Kilgore. He's good. Apparently he gets me talking about writing. And check out Phantom Brigade. It's good, and we're about to do some liberation. But as I was mentioning before, we have to do this battle site because there's a limited amount of time. Well, I mean, as you would expect, right? Battles happen. They don't happen at convenient times. And we have a raid target for us to take out with the village as well. So my aim here is going to be to take out the battle site and double back and get the village before we run out of time to work on the raid. Well, Strider, I'll try and move in a little bit closer to the microphone, and I might need to like eat an apple or something like that, because people keep complaining about the disgusting mouth noises I make, apparently. But yes, we'll try and calm it down a little bit so I can give you your ASMR. You remember Stephen King talking about being in the middle of a book and discovering after all the work he's in the middle of... Yep. I'm certainly not unique in that by any stretch of the imagination. I had somebody, I don't like, whenever I say like the negative stuff, it's always some streamer, whereas if it's like positive, so like notice I'll talk about Kilgore Trout and I'll talk about the nice things about Kilgore. And of course, I mean, he's here, so what else am I going to do, right? But also when he's not here, I'll talk about Kilgore Trout. But for like the negative stuff, I sort of, I don't know, like there's no need to like name names whenever it's, I don't know. I've got a on the list of people who would even remotely be close to that title. Like you're gonna have to bump off a bunch of people before. But it's funny that you mentioned Stephen King, because I remember there was someone I was like really supportive of for a while. Because like you all know the you know, like the shout outs are kind of an institution here, right? And like I don't stream, I just shout out. But I'd come into this person's chat like 4 or 5 times, and it never mattered what I talked about. All of a sudden, it was a discussion about how the thing that I had expressed interest in was like stupid or bad. And we're talking like Grand Theft Auto 5. And like, Grand Theft Auto 5 is bad. This is the claim that's being made. I'll be the first to say that Grand Theft Auto 5 is not to everyone's taste. Grand Theft Auto 5 may have specific things that don't work for you. The idea that Grand Theft Auto 5 is bad is a pretty astonishing claim. And I think I had I didn't quite realize what was happening, because like there was just a point where I think probably for a month straight I'd kind of come in and this broadcaster had always just crapped all over anything that I expressed some interest in. And I think one of the first ones was I'd made a writing reference very similar to what Kilgore did about Stephen King. It's like, Stephen King's bad. And I'm like, again, not to your taste. Look, everything Stephen King's done is not like perfect, right? Especially like there's some older stuff where you read it as like, my God, like was this, what was happening while he was writing this thing? And I mean, like he directed Maximum Overdrive, for crying out loud, right? Like this is not a guy who, you know, has got an unbroken string of like master. Yeah, actually I was specifically thinking of his On Writing book. Like at a bare minimum, On Writing is really something that pretty much anyone, like not even if you want to become a writer, but if you just want to understand sort of, like I'd argue just reading On Writing will make you a better reader. And I think there's a lot of value in that. Yeah, well, and this is the other thing too, like I don't think it's a specific thing to creative. I think maybe for creative works, we often maybe highlight it a little bit more often. But the thing that I find so funny, right, is that, you know, like Steve Jobs obviously really loved Bob Dylan, right? But like he didn't really care for modern Dylan. He definitely preferred old Bob Dylan. And like when he was Inconsolable, people like put on the new Dylan album for him. Well, new at the time, obviously. And he's like just ripping into Bob Dylan, for crying out loud, for, you know, not being as good as he used to be. You know, and I mean, so much is made about Mozart as a child prodigy, and he was, but the compositions we remember, the compositions that we value, are not the works of child prodigy Mozart. They're the works of a more mature being relative. I mean, still a super young guy, right? But like, obviously, like nobody has sort of got the unblemished record. But what's kind of funny is for creative stuff, it feels like everyone, you know, maybe it's just because we want to feel a little bit better about our own limitations, or I at least want to feel better about my own limitations. Maybe the rest of you will be like, are you know, creative titans who don't feel this way. But like, maybe it's just to kind of console yourself in terms of like things that, you know, knowing that the mighty may stumble. But yeah, it's funny because like when you think of it, like for a lot of things, and I mean, I'm guilty of this, right? I was the one to bring up King's, you know, less effective works, but we don't do this for other disciplines, it feels like. So, you know, for Isaac Newton, a very large part of his career was spent looking for hidden codes in the Book of Revelation for the end of the world and doing alchemy. And, you know, he's, from all accounts, a very masterful master of the mint. Sorry, I didn't mean to phrase it that way, but it's how it came out. But obviously we recognize him for his mathematical and, his contributions to mathematics and physics. You can spend months working on learning a piece of music and people are impressed by Blackbird. This is, I think, crossing over into some of the stuff I was going to say about AI-generated art, but I'll save it for the article. But yeah, it's kind of funny that like we sometimes, it feels like sometimes it's for the creative stuff that we have more of a tendency to bring up the lesser works or the times when the works haven't turned out, even for stuff that we love. Whereas when it comes to other disciplines, maybe it's just because we're less familiar. Like, how many people kind of talk about Isaac Newton, nowadays, right? But it's kind of funny that for the most part, we just simply take what's good from sort of big figures in the past, or from major contributors to their field. But when it comes to, maybe it's better to say recorded, or works that are sort of put down, because like it's kind of hard to think of like the real stinker of the cherry orchard that was put on at some point, right? Like, I'm sure at some point there's been a disastrous production of the Cherry Orchard. Or actually, I guess the Glass Menagerie is kind of interesting, because like, what do you do if you don't actually break the menagerie? There's got to be a contingency plan for that. Anyways, but yeah, like generally, I guess the only time that you'll really recall or know about a bad live performance will be if it's if it's recorded in a movie about a cymbal being thrown in front of, not actually at, a particular musician, and it being used as an excuse for the abuse of students. Yeah, I mean, Leibniz, at least as far as notation is concerned, our notation looks far more like Leibniz's than Newton's. I don't know if you've ever read The Baroque Cycle by Neil Stephenson, but if you have a tolerance for books that go on the kinds of digressions that I go on, but written by vastly more intelligent people than me, and assuming you haven't read it, I mean, for all I know, you are a massive, speculative fiction fan, and you've read everything by Neil Stephenson. But The Baroque Cycle is amazing, and it has Newton and Leibniz as two central characters. And the final confrontation between them is about as good. Like, this is one of the things, like, because I have something of an inclination towards like writing and just have an analytical mind, like I'll be reading this stuff and I'll be enjoying it, but I'm also kind of somewhat conscious of the problem the author's putting in. So like, you have a final confrontation between Newton and Leibniz, two of the, brightest stars, that the world of the intellect has ever produced. And like someone who is not Newton or Leibniz has to write that. And how in the world do you deliver? Like, that is a big moment. And how in the world do you deliver on that? And by God, he does it. The only, I try not to highlight error. Like, if it's something that creates a if it's something that creates like a ambiguity or confusion, I'll bring it up. But I make way too many typos on my own to be throwing stones in that regard. And if I'm typing on my laptop computer, all bets are off. Like, my typing is faster than the OS registers, so I'm full of your upside down B. How do you get the upside down B? But yeah, anyways, the only thing I'll say for it is, and this is true because I've read it multiple times, the confusion, the second one, almost does me in. And in fact, even knowing where it goes, I hit that point where I'm like, you know what? I have enjoyed this journey very much, but I think this is enough. I got a whole other volume to go, and I'm not quite sure this is doing it for me. But if you just push that point, the confusion, the second volume ends with this just absolute fireworks show of an ending. And I remember the first time I read it, like, I picked my jaw up off the ground and I'm like, well, crap, I gotta read the third book. I already owned it. So like I go in, and then sure enough, like I get to the end and it's just this absolute, monumental work that, I'll never even remotely get close to being able to do. But needless to say, I'm very enthusiastic about that book. And I mean, Stevenson does other good stuff. Snow Crash is probably the one that people know him quite well from, because it's one of the other cyberpunk works, and it's the one that actually coined the term metaverse. So probably coming up a little bit more often in our conversations as well. All right, pin drop. The base is tense and quiet. You can hear the rat-a-tat of guns in the distance, and smoke is thick just ahead of you. One of your pilots tries to break the tension with a joke, but there is only nervous laughter in response. As you get closer to the fight, you see burning mechs, but they are too damaged to tell which side they might have belonged to. You all turn your eyes away. Is the home army the home army sent out a distress signal, an engineer says. Are we going to answer it? Suit up. All right. I keep threatening to customize my pilots, but I also kind of take a while to get started. So we will jump into this at some point. But for now, we are going to see what we're up against and do our best. So upcoming mission assisted. Right, this is the same. So we're going to have some tanks to either augment our forces or possibly be liabilities. Let's just take a quick second here. Whiskey is still recovering, but I don't think Whiskey's in the... Yeah, no, Whiskey's still recovering. So I'm going to take a quick minute here. I did get some new gear, so let's just take a second here and see if there's any goodies to improve. Hey, Elgrins, good to see you. And Olaf, I feel like it's been a little while. I'm delighted to see you. I hope you're doing well. And if you've been in and I just didn't recognize that, I'm sorry. But I had the thought the other day, I'm like, you know what? I don't know if I've seen Olaf. And I wanted to reach out, but I didn't. And maybe it's because I'm feeling a little guilty about that I'm saying that now. All right. So this is an improvement in terms of higher heat dissipation, lower mass, better integrity. This is this just dominates the other legs that I had. So we'll put these Elbrus legs on. I'm going to switch the gyro. The gyro just changes the mass, but I should be able to put the hydraulics in. Notice that we'll lose even more mass, and we'll also gain some heat dissipation on that. So currently this thing runs at 1767. Now it's up to 1828. So speedy group. You're back now. Excellent. I do hope you are doing well. And Ulgrin's not. I'm sorry because I know Olaf got such a special welcome that I'm sure you're gonna have a moment of like, what am I, chopped liver? But no, it's very good to see you too. I hope you were doing equally well. All right, let's take a look. So it feels to me like there should be at least some improvement. No, maybe not. Because I know I put my skinny arm on the shield. So unless I have a better shield or a better machine gun, there's not much for the bull. Mind you, we did go from 5.1 to 5.6. So what else do we have? A 5.3, the wind. So we finally got past our heat problems. Doesn't mean there is room, it doesn't mean that we're done on improvements though. So we'll definitely put the capacitor on this one. Yeah, so really this is just a question of what we're doing here is just putting a slightly more armored Elbrus arm on this, which I'm fine with. You know, more protection the better. And of course this is the sword arm, so this is something that we do want to have a higher integrity on. We definitely want to make sure that it's got the capacitor though, because if we don't have that heat capacity, we're going to burn up as we use our sword. Okay, it also had the tactical SMG, but looks like this is also an improvement. A little shorter on range, but I think that's a fair trade-off. And then I think it's very unlikely we're going to have a better blade. I mean, again, this is a meaner looking one, but this one, as far as stats are concerned, is an absolute monster. You're regular, always well if you're alive. It is what it is. People who go on arduous journeys and come back get the big hellos to make up for the missing time. Very random. So Kilgore, I've noticed this myself. It does seem that Twitter has made a change to its discovery algorithms, and it's actually, for my part, better. Like, I've noticed that it's more relevant. So, like, I saw Stata trending on Twitter, and like most people are like, well, what's Stata? And I'm like, exactly. And it's like, Stata is a piece of statistical software. It's like the thing you use if you're an academic economist. Not just exclusively academic economists. And I think some political scientists use it as well. But like basically, if you go to any economist's website and you go to like download their data, it's almost certainly going to be a .dat, a stata format, and their code is going to be inside of that. And then I also know we were talking about this on stream a couple of days ago, that Hegel showed up. Now, I am not one for continental philosophy. I'm again like within reason. Like I like Kierkegaard and Nietzsche, and the good writers at the very least. But like Hegel's not the sort of thing that I'm like gonna sit up all night reading, right? But like obviously it did correctly identify the philosophy interest, right? So it will say trending, but I suspect it's trending within a certain cluster. So I suspect what's happened here, it might be because, I don't know if you talk a lot about your hardware, because it sort of seems like on your Twitter, like again, I do follow your Twitter, but I've got like a bunch of people. So unless you're like a very active tweeter when I'm loafing at work, I'm probably not going to see too much of your output. But it might be that because some of the stuff you've been talking about in terms of hardware, that might be the reason why USB-C has come up. But that's my guess. So again, it is genuine activity that it's matching, but I think what's happened is that Twitter has actually been improving its detection, because it is something that I've noticed over the last few weeks, that it is giving me debatably more relevant, at the very least. I can see how it could be aligned with the sorts of things that I've demonstrated interest in. And Apocalypse, I have not been ignoring you, but I really wanted to get the Twitter point out. It is delightful to see you again. From what I understand, you do stream somewhat regularly, but damned if I can find you, and I am sorry for that, because I do genuinely enjoy watching your stuff. For those of you who do not know Apocalypse, there's actually two really great reasons to watch Apocalypse. One, they're a very talented broadcaster who does a variety of things. The last kind of batch of things that I watched her play would be Stardew Valley and Teamfight Tactics. You haven't streamed in months? Oh, okay, never mind then. So somebody told me that you were doing semi-regular streams and I just kept missing them, so maybe I was misinformed. Okay, so still follow Apocalypse, because if Apocalypse decides to come back to streaming, you are in for a treat. But the other reason why I like mentioning Apocalypse, in addition to the fact that they're the only person who really understands the joy and terror of working in MATLAB. Apocalypse is one of the co-broadcasters on the Pointless Discord podcast, and they very kindly invited to be, I believe, their first guest. And, invite me once, shame on me. Invite me twice, shame on you. I don't know exactly what caused them to do so, but I was brought back for another chat, and again, I probably wound up filibustering the episode, but it is a lot of fun to be able to interact with D-Pain and Apocalypse on a podcast, and they're very, very gracious hosts, very smart and interesting people, and if you would like to get at least a little bit of a glimpse of that, I highly recommend following Hop's channel. And of course, you can also check the Pointless Discourse podcast, which I unfortunately don't have a link for. But if you would like, please do feel free to put your links in there. Unless, of course, you are also not doing the Pointless Discord podcast as well, because it is not something that I regularly listen to. It's something that I will check in on when I've caught up on all my other listening. And I realize that's a terrible confession to make, but I would rather be honest than pretend that I've heard things that I haven't. Anyways, I'm very happy to, so I do feel mildly bad about embarrassing Hop, but it's my chance to sing the praises of a broadcaster I'm quite a fan of. But anyways, I do. So Strider, I thank you for shaming Hop into making an appearance, and Hop, I do thank you for stopping by and dealing with the withering shout out that you just received. I hope you can recover. Still in action, you're going through the Predator and Alien combined universe at a moment. I didn't realize that there were any of those movies. I kind of understood that there was like Alien and Aliens, and those were a lot of fun. And then I saw this movie called Prometheus, and that actually seemed pretty good too. And I think there was an Alien Covenant, which I haven't seen. And then I guess there was a Predator movie. But yeah, I didn't realize there were that many movies to sort of count as a universe. Okay, we've got the Ray and the... Well, sorry, the Lance will be the last one to get upgraded, but we will mess with the Ray. And also, Strider, sorry, I saw your comment on the mech customization. It's also gotten quite a bit better, I think. There are a couple of things that I would personally like to see change, but I think for the most part, I'm kind of on board with how they've taken this. Aliens vs. Predator has a monster history via the comics and novels, like huge. Yeah, I do actually know that Aliens vs. Predator is not just like I'm sure it started off as a like these are two very popular properties, and I think like the second movie had the implication of like an alien skull in the ship or something like that. So it's not like it doesn't come out of nowhere, but like certainly. You wouldn't expect that sort of thing to be done as well. And from what I understand, the Aliens versus Predator universe is actually supposed to be quite interesting. So. Yeah, like as far as the Alien films are concerned, like I'm a huge fan of the original Alien, definitely a big fan of Aliens. Can't say I cared that much for number 3 or Resurrections, and I'd love to see Covenant, but I just haven't. Alright, so I'm trying to decide, we haven't brought the wind in. I feel like... So I'll ditch the Lance. Yeah, this is interesting. So removing the Lance... Actually, you know what? I'm going to go by the slowest mech. Yeah, so the Lance is the slowest. Oddly enough, my melee unit's also one of my slower mechs. What I'm doing here is I'm essentially removing my tank unit. But the hope on this is that it's going to translate into this this really nimble and really like hard-hitting team. The wind in particular is going to be under the most threat, but we'll see whether or not we can. We'll see whether or not we can pull this off. Also, don't these mechs look cool? You didn't like Prometheus? Interesting. Okay, so now we're in. For those of you who have not seen Phantom Brigade before, here's the deal. Oh, first of all, Sierra 2 on the field. What's taking you so long? Surround them and finish them off. So this is a turn-based tactics game. In the world of this game, it sort of takes place on an alternate history Earth. Basically, there is a technology that's been developed. You can basically get the intended actions of your enemies 5 seconds into the future. So I say, you could say you could predict your enemy's movements 5 seconds into the future. The only thing to keep in mind on this is that you will be able to alter what happens on the field. So for instance, if I move a unit, then the enemy is going to shoot at the unit where they are, not where they started the turn. And then the other factor is that, let's say you cause a unit to crash, they're not going to be able to complete one of their movement units. So essentially what this AI is doing is expressing intent as opposed to sort of communicating some kind of destiny. Because of course, if it was destiny, then your characters would not be able to move either. So essentially what this game is you can sort of compare it to something like an XCOM or an Into the Breach. You will line up your turn. And then much like the Frozen games by Mode 7, so Frozen Synapse, Frozen Cortex, part of the satisfaction of this game is to see the kind of your actions play out sort of simultaneously, and to basically just sort of see your plan be carried out successfully or not so successfully. I would argue that Into the Breach is a better comparison to this game than Frozen Synapse, for the simple reason that Frozen Synapse usually hides the information about what your enemy is doing from you, whereas Phantom Brigade is showing you everything. You have full knowledge of what's going to happen and when. And so much like Into the Breach, you will be making some decisions in terms of when certain actions are going to occur, and do your best to kind of do your best to mitigate the effects, or anticipate them. So what I'm going to do here, I think let's just take a quick accounting of who hates. Yeah, okay, so we've got, looks like everybody's focusing on the Sleipnir. Now, the thing that's really nice here is the Sleipnir is one of my faster moving units. So like one thing that I could do that's really easy at the start is just hide behind the hill. Now, as it turns out, if I do that, notice here, right? So take a look at this tank in the top corner. As we move over, so this is a little bit like editing audio or video, notice that the tank actually winds up shooting the back of two of their allies. So let's see what kind of a gun this thing is firing. It's an autocannon, so it's also short range for at least one of them. So normally what I would try and do, like this is my first option because this protects my unit, right? And what I would maybe try and do is try and refine this turn to see if there are maybe some other things that I can do that would be a little bit more effective, or maybe would get a bit more mileage in terms of what my character can do. Sorry, one second. I don't know if any of you can hear the sound, but there's somebody playing a movie in one of the other apartments, and it's loud enough that I can actually hear it through my headphones. But yeah, so this is actually a good setup. I don't normally like having a unit of mine sort of sitting passively like this for this long. One thing I might do slightly differently is just hold them for a little while, and then we peek around the corner and take some shots. So even if it's not an ideal attack, it's something. Okay, that's too much heat. So yeah, I'll just do a cheeky little shot at the end. Let's make sure we don't cross the 5 seconds. Okay, there we go. So in this case, the Sleipnir is still protected. So notice here that the weight is so that the tank can sort of finish its attack on its own unit, and then we sort of come around the corner and attack the shotgun tank. So next up, so that actually deals with most of the attacks that we're dealing with from the enemy, right? It seems like they invested a lot into attacking the Sleipnir. So one of the other attacks that's coming after us is this tank, which has a shotgun, and it does seem that it's attacking the marksman. Now, one thing you can notice, this would either come from taking a look at the shotgun stats, optimal range of 12 to 27 meters, or just simply the cone that you see from the, kind of emanating from the vehicle that's attacking. You can sort of see how there's this solid, or this like solid shaded area, and then it starts getting lines on it. That's just an indication of effective range. So in this case, they're really not doing anything to make me all that scared for the marksman. So in this case, I'm not going to do that much to protect them. I am, however, going to try and get some good shots on deserving enemies. And I feel a little weird about this particular choice. And that's just simply because I'm attacking this enemy on the side that has the shield. And I feel like I should have a better attack. Alternatively, I should target something else, but then the something else doesn't show up until later. So we'll take the damage that we can. I don't feel good about this one, but what we'll do is we'll wait, and then this tank comes into range so we can get a slightly better shot on them. And again, heat is something like many mech games, so in this case, I can't take too many shots without facing consequences. Okay, moving right along. I think the bull gets left alone, and that's really wonderful. Because it basically means that they get to stand still and just demolish an enemy. So I want to make sure that my allies crossing... So there's the danger here, right? If I'd moved the Sleipnir in a different way, the cone might have moved differently for this machine gunner. But essentially with a machine gunner, you just kind of want to plant your flag and let her rip on an enemy. So again, slight concern that we're on the side which is sort of showing a shield, but I gotta work with what I've been given with, right? So if I recall correctly, the shield does some pretty, or sorry, the machine gun does some pretty good concussive damage. So at the very least, we've got a head start. Now, the final thing I need to worry about is the wind. Now, weirdly enough, even though it's my melee unit, the wind is sort of my slowest mech. So here's what I think I'm going to do. I'm going to dash the unit in this case. They don't have that strong of a dashing capability. Ooh. Right. I've had way too many friendly fire incidents with the wind, so... Ugh. Well, here's what we're going to do. This is not necessarily the healthiest choice that I could make with my unit, but here's what we're going to do. We're going to... I also got to be careful on the movement. So I'm trying to get this enemy mech on the side of the sword. Okay, so it looks like we still collide. Okay, so we move in. Okay. So there's a slight change I would have preferred to... Well, maybe we can make it work out. So if I just wait a hair longer, and then we do the attack. Well, then they're sort of on top... Well... Now, you know what? I think I'm just going to do the full attack. So the thing I'm worried about is that the missiles are going to be firing at me. Their range is 38 to 318. So yeah, as is traditional with the wind, it does seem to be in, like, going in all the dangerous places. But in this case, we should minimize the friendly fire. They're sort of swinging their sword at the time. The angles aren't quite there for the machine gun to be doing the worst. So if anything, this shotgunner has a really bad day. The final thing that I want to do... Oh, it's only friendly fire depending on what side of the barrel you're on. So I'm not crazy about this choice to attack this particular unit. I think what I'm going to do is redirect the attention to this unit. They're equally long shots, but at the very least this is going on a target that's maybe a little bit more credible as far as some damage. Now, generally, you don't want to be moving and shooting in a situation like this. I wonder if there's a way for me to... There's danger of friendly fire there, but yeah, we'll work with it. I need to change the mech from wind now that you've said that. Okay, so one of the things that's great about this game, there is the start of the replay feature in, but you can also slow everything down. So let us watch the first turn. We can probably speed it up a little bit. So what's in particular interest here is the machine gun firing on this unit, and then when our friend the wind comes in to take a big swipe. So as you can see, a little bit of shrapnel from the enemy units, but the pilot's already getting shaken up by the attacks. And then now we have a big melee attack coming in. I don't think this will do them in, but it'll be close. Alright, yeah, we took out their right arm, so they are out of the battle. So finally, let's see what happens with the missiles. Okay, I'd say that's a really good turn for us. So first of all, this unit's completely disabled. They're going to be ejecting. Another thing that's really big is, in fact, we can do a replay. So if you want to see what it looks like in full speed. Oh, that's slow. As you can see, it can be sometimes a little tricky to keep track of everything that's been going on around you. But in this case here, so this unit's taken quite a bit of HP damage, as has this. In fact, this one's already ejecting. So we wound up taking out 2 units that turn, unexpectedly. So I still want to try and defend my units where I can. Yeah, that's definitely not a real number. Okay. I am in a little bit of trouble with my wind here. So the drawback is that I can't dash away. The best I could kind of hope for would be to create some sort of, or to get some sort of friendly fire problem. So I think I'm just going to take my lumps, and what I'm going to do instead is with the Sleipnir, which is also suffering its own heat problems, basically going to try and attack it as regularly as I can. Nope, so enemy starts firing at them immediately afterwards, so we'll hide behind a hill. Now, one thing that would be kind of nice with the bull, if I could, would be to try and run in with a shield and defend the wind, but again, we don't quite have the space for it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move slightly. So you can see that the enemy movement with this marksman unit is... Oh, who are they targeting? Oh, they're targeting the wind too. That's going to sting. So you know what? Change my mind. Even though it's going to cause us heat damage, in this case it's better for me to swing my sword. So we're going to take a ton of heat damage as a result of this. But what this does get me is some pretty fast movement away from stuff that's going to hurt me. How you doing, Vanguard Master? Okay, so what I was talking about here, you can see with the gray circle that we get a pretty good shot on all the places where this mech wants to go. Just wait for a convenient time when they're in range. And we do basically the same trick we did to the other one. In fact, even better, they're turning their back on us, so this should be good for a lot of concussive damage afterwards. Okay, so that pretty much covers the movement for the bull. Wind, I'm really curious to see what happens. So we've done the best that we can with the situation. I actually kind of like that the cannon's firing on this ranged unit. Now the autocannon is firing on the unit that's ejecting, so I'm not crazy about that. Maybe what we'll do instead is focus on the... So this is probably overkill, but I don't have a lot of other candidates. So next up, what we're going to do is we'll wait for the tank to finish its thing. Then we kind of come out of our hiding spot. And that's an autocannon, that's a shotgun. So both of them are equally troublesome. I think I'm actually going to work on this one just because it's a little bit closer. Okay. So I wasn't going... Oh, the dreaded... Oh, sorry. God, I was napping earlier. Now you woke up and I'm more tired. I'd love to get a little more napping in, but I have way too much stuff to get through. Oh, I completely forgot about my marksman. Okay. Still not going to solve the problem of an autocannon immediately firing on the wind, but I can at least think about how I'm going to handle some other enemies. But I hope I hope you get some... It sounds like you need some rest, and I don't blame you, Vanguard Master, because I think you've been working pretty hard the last little while. So hopefully you're able to get some responsible but still effective rest. Okay, what are we doing? Yeah, so the Sleipnir's kind of doing its usual thing of sort of hiding behind cover and then poking anything that it can in between turns. The bull does what it does best, sort of sits down and just fires indiscriminately. We've got the marksman. Now, I guess one thing I'm noticing is there's a lot of attention going on this unit, but in fairness, there's also a lot of attention on this other mech here, and this one's not really accessible to us, although it does get hit twice by the sword if the wind survives. And we already redirected. So I was originally not going to slow things down, but I'm genuinely curious how things turn out with the wind. So we're going to start off with that. Maybe we'll speed it up once we see how some of the scary moments have gone by. So that damage we're taking is from ourselves. Well, we did just eliminate 2 sources of damage, but the shotgun is on its way. Oh, nope, pilot got knocked out. We bought ourselves just enough time. So 132 damage purely from the overheating, and we may wind up tripping over this tank. I'm curious whether or not the game registers that. The one thing I do know is that this unit's not going to be around for the second melee strike, so that's not going to be effective. Also, yeah, that pilot is no longer just unconscious. Nice. Well, that marksman rifle's not going to be a problem anymore. We're backing them into a corner, just a little more boss, and we can get to those civilians. Okay, so again, a little bit of heat damage there, but if you notice, like as far as the overall mech is concerned, there's a bit of repair we'll need to do, and that's that. This unit is probably still going to be in the fight, so they're limping, but they do have a sidearm, the compact launcher, so I'm probably going to need to do some work to get rid of them. I do notice that the long-range cannon is actually targeting them, but we'll help them along. One of the things that's nice about the assault rifle is that it's quite concussive, and I can sort of use it while running around. So I'll take the opportunity to sort of move the Sleipnir in, and yeah, that did work out better than expected. I mean, again, I paid in terms of a lot of damage on the wind, but the thing is that it's damage that I chose as opposed to damage that the enemy inflicted on me. And I think this is true for a lot of strategy games, where if you can make it so that the you're sort of choosing. In fact, there's a really good board game which I've talked about a few times. Twilight Struggle, and one of the things that makes Twilight Struggle interesting is that a lot of the strategy, when you start playing it, you feel like you want to stop, like you'll get a handful of enemy cards. And the thing that's unique about Twilight Struggle is that when you get an enemy card and you play it, you actually have to, like, it's the same as if the enemy card, so like you can play it for operations points or something like that. But if it's an enemy card, the enemy gets to use the effect as if they had played the cards themselves. And so you feel like, oh man, this sucks. I've got a handful of enemy cards. Now, chances are your enemy's thinking the exact same thing, right? Like if you're the Soviet player, you're like, oh crap, I got a handful of American cards. But what's really interesting in that game is once you start playing it a little bit, you realize that it's actually a good thing when that happens. That part of the strategy of that game is when you're faced with enemy cards, that means that you are choosing when things that are, you basically get to choose when the disadvantageous things happen to you. So if you know, super bad event A is going to occur because it's in the deck, it's so much better that you trigger it at a time you can deal with it. So one thing I'm thinking of specifically is it deals with a lot of history. So, the idea of like the Berlin airlift, basically. There's a card that simulates that. And if the Soviets can spring that on you by surprise, you can lose some pretty important positions early in the game. But if you, so the idea there is that it just makes the US player a little bit more cautious. But of course, if you're the one to get it, then you can trigger it at a time that you can deal with it. You're still up the operations points for having played it. So you're neutralizing an enemy effect. You are giving yourself an advantage as far as the ability to get certain things done, to be able to take certain actions. And you've, you can now adopt your strategy as if that card isn't in the deck because the card's not in the deck. So that's an interesting, I'm sure that's come up in other games. Sorry, I'm really unpacking this thought, and it doesn't probably need that much attention. But I'm also trying to adjust my headphones, and I don't know if the strap is broken or something like that, but they're really, they're kind of sliding off. So, but basically the point that I'm trying to make is that it was the first time I sort of realized I was thinking that way about a game. And what the effect of this has been is that in other games I start thinking about, like, when is it to my advantage to sort of decide where the bad thing's happening? And so, in this particular case here, it's a lot of damage, right? I would not voluntarily say I want to take 201 damage from any source. 201 damage is probably enough to knock is that my right or left arm? My left arm. That would take out my sidearm. But, well, my sidearm and my side arm. But, in this case here, it was something that eliminated a few sources of damage for me, and so it was clearly the better option. Flex tape commercial. Yeah, unexpected. If you can just give me one quick second here. I'm going to be back in one... I won't even do a break or anything like that. I just need a couple seconds. Oh, I see it. Okay. It's dark, so the headphone just wound up. The headphone just sort of wound up wrapped around something. I'm fixed. Okay, so I think we've planned out our turn. I think we can afford to do this one in full speed. I'll maybe take it from the angle because we're really interested in what's happening with this unit, but... Okay, pilot's knocked out, so we're going to do some surplus damage, but yeah, losing the right arm's not great because it does mean that there's a weapon that's lost. And I was not expecting us to win there, but the wind carried the day. So, good start. All right, so my view always is that it's best to just, I mean, our only option was to wipe out the enemy anyway, but it's usually desirable to do so because you get a better scrap budget. So we'll definitely go for the colored items first. Usually I just load up on everything I can find, and then yeah, we're 20 over. So what I start doing is I start kicking out parts that I don't necessarily think will work in the overall plan. So this tower shield, for instance, very light, but I'm always really weirded out by high barrier, low integrity shields. So in this case, this has taken up 15 of my scrap. Maybe we move that down to 5. So this means that if I can find 2 more items like that, we will... Oh, actually, sorry, this was... Well, no, it still works. Sorry, this was not destroyed, so there may be some other options. Now, one thing that I do wish was a little bit better in terms of the mech customization is it would be really nice to see what I've already got on my existing unit so that I could make some decisions in terms of what an upgrade was, and that's not really in the game right now, and I don't know if it will be. I mean, I do apologize for referring to it again because, you know, I'm pretty sure my feelings have been known, both in terms of the in-game reporting tool and you know, what I've said on stream. But it's, you know, part of my thing is to talk about what I'm thinking of in the, you know, the moment for the game. So I don't want to, you know, I also don't want to put that on hold. So let's think a little bit. In this case here, I've got an Elbrus. So one's a rare, one's an uncommon. They both have the same integrity. So there's a difference between composite 2 and 3. So this is the lighter weight one. So I suppose we can afford to get rid of this. I mean, it's a tricky one, right? Because it's possible that this may actually be a significantly better item. But let's scrap it nonetheless. And I still need to find 5 somewhere. So maybe we just don't take the tower at all, which is a shame, but it simplifies the math quite a bit. Okay, now we have one thing they introduced in this game are repairs. So there's a repair resource that we're going to draw down, and we definitely don't want to be going into the next fight. Well, if we can avoid it, we don't want to go into the next fight unprepared. So I'm going to cruise for a little while to get my repairs up. We're going to make a move on the raid target, and then we will, when we're all kind of fixed up, we will charge the base by going into overdrive. So this does mean that we're sort of leaving the contested province, but currently there aren't any battles going on there, so we're in a little bit of a safer spot. So we're not quite going to have enough juice to make that work. They might send something out to come get me. There we go. Answering the cry. You hear the you hear the commotion in the village as you get closer. A few of the villagers see your base as it rolls in, and you see the relief flood their faces. Are you here to help us? One of them cries. Suit up, scare the enemy soldiers away from the village. Now, I did kind of want to mess around a little bit with want to mess around a bit with the lance, the shotgun shield unit, but I would like to see a little bit more about how this mobile group winds up working together. So this is a liberation mission. They're dug in like ticks. Bait your enemies or bring them out of cover, or use indirect fire weapons. We're really not equipped for missiles, but generally we've been able to work through it. In fact, one thing I'll note here is that there's only 4 enemies on paper. Now, it may be that there is that there are reinforcements coming, but we should have a reasonable expectation of working through them pretty quickly. Even though there is a huge... Oh, sorry. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Prediction for squad, very easy. Enemy of level 8, but I'm level 5.7. I mean, the threat difference is... I wonder why it's like this. Anyways, I'm not going to complain about having an easy mission. Let's get our upgrades in and move after the enemy. So we'll take a quick second here, see if there's anything we can do with the wind. Now, there is a little bit that interests me here. I'm noticing that so it's higher integrity, but it comes at the cost of some extra mass. Now, I'm not that worried about the change in power and like the heat dissipation and all that stuff, because that just has something to do with like the core that's being used and so on and so forth. But yeah, I think because I think this is on the wrong side of the mass integrity trade-off, and to be honest, if anything, I'm looking to make this mech faster. We're just going to leave that be for now. Let's take a look at the lower body. How are you doing, Decree? Lovely to see you. Thank you very much for your comments on the YouTubes as always. I hope you're doing very well tonight. Yeah, so higher mass for these things. Empty plating, I mean, unless I could find empty plating of a color, we'll leave that. Oh wow, that is a considerably better arm. So let's just see if that's an improvement for the right arm first. That is the same arm. Okay, well, I'm not going to say no to a beefier left arm as well. So currently equipping a oh, I better still be able to equip a capacitor. Yes. So the capacitors are the thing that lets me use my sword because it generates a truly appalling amount of heat. Yeah, that arrow is not an improvement. We already did the arm thing. We didn't get a sword, and for the right slot we only got a compact launcher. So that is it for the structure, but I cannot abide a change to the livery. So this was Arctic, wasn't it? Or no, not Arctic. Experimental? Yeah, experimental. There we go. It's very barrel-chested for a skinny mech. Old Dirty Bacon! My god, man, how are you doing? It's good to see you. For those of you who don't know, I know Old Dirty Bacon through, I'd say probably mostly Outworld, although I think I see you occasionally in the Wolf Aerox channel as well. Actually, if I recall correctly, you're a streamer yourself, are you not? I must admit, I have not gotten a chance to catch one of your streams, but I'm near certain you also broadcast. You dabble. Well, that means you stream, so... okay, well, Olaf is a true gentleman and a scholar, and I think he's a hell of a guy, and in fact, he does do a not quite annual anymore stream. But that was not quite who I was planning. So, Old Dirty Bacon, I am going to need some help here because anything I say is not going to be sincere. So, could you give us your best pitch? I mean, beyond your sterling charisma in inside the chat, of course. What do you stream? Enjoy my comments in Outworld chat. Excellent. I know Outworld doesn't. I am glad that my repartee is at least some audience. The usual. I think Kilgore Trout can attest to this. I think the usual experience is that there will be people who are like, System Chalk. Oh, I don't like that guy. You know, he always says stuff in chat. And then they will come and visit the channel, and they're like, "Who the hell is this guy?" But yes, it's. I mean, I've known Outworld for a while on Twitch. I definitely like that he is still kept going because he's definitely undergone quite a few changes in terms of his broadcasting style and what he does. And I think there's definitely something to be said for his. Well, both his tenacity, but just the fact that he's been able to make a go of it, right? Like, everybody kind of wants to get big on stream. Everybody wants partner. But he was somebody who actually sort of went out and achieved that. And I was really happy for him when he did. Actually, I remember when I did it, and there was someone trying to take credit for quote unquote getting him partner, when of course it was very clearly his effort that got him partner. But you know, I'm happy that I've been able to still catch his streams, because obviously I'm North American. Well, not obviously, but I'm North American, so he. Yeah, actually, I think the majority of people who are like, "Who the hell is this guy? I'm not checking out his stream," actually come from Kilgore's chat. So, but then they like hear me shout out Kilgore, and they're like, "Ah, okay, he said a nice thing once." Every time that Kilgore is thinking of banning me, he comes by and I give him a shout. It's like, he gets another chance. But yeah, we contain multitudes. My people who have an opinion of me based on my chat activity may have a very different idea of what I'm like in person. And then obviously, you know, there is something to be said for what a stream attracts as well. So the fact that I originally played I like playing strategy games, but one of the reasons I played strategy games were they were something that were effective for me on a less spec'd computer. So like turn-based strategy, people don't expect you to have very high frame rates and high resolution because, you know, like, well, this game you kind of need it, but like for most strategy games, it's okay to sort of be a little bit more, you know, slow and not have to deal with the not necessarily. You don't have to worry about you know, the fact that your frame rate or your bit rate is, you know, is enough to kind of keep the. They have to have changed, or maybe it's just because we're in a war. No, it's because we're not in the war zone. It's because it's sunset. This definitely looks a lot more intense in its colors. But yeah. Anyways, I love the change in perception. But yeah, I mean, I think there's something about the fact that like if we're playing a strategy game, and particularly stuff like Civilization, where I'm going to talk about like my history interests or my economic interests or something like that, there's just really not as much room for some of the truly ridiculous stuff that I will say in, you know, in like Outworld's chat or anyone else's. But, you know, because sometimes, you know, there will be an opportunity to say something unbelievably silly. And I mean, those of you who've hung around enough will know that I do have a very silly sense of humor. And if there's something absurd to point out, I'll usually do so. But, God, this is such a good looking game. Like, look at, I mean, I know we've got kind of the same chassis on now. We've got a lot of Elbrus here, but this is just such a good looking game. But yeah, it's just part of it is just, you know, this is how. Oh, this is one of those defensive missions. This is cool. We haven't gotten a chance to do one of these since they added it to the game. So, let me see. Yeah, careful. Do not damage key civilian locations. We are here to protect them. All right. So, apparently, the owner of this house did not pay the Phantom Brigade protection racket. But the owner of the I get it. Okay. The owners of the apartment buildings are the ones who get protected. I see how this works. Yeah, Kilgore is not making that up. He does actually have to add in his shoutouts. No, really follow him. He is not like he's not like this on his channel. What it really is it's my not so secret attempt to take out the competition, right? Okay, so I'm curious if we're going to be able to. Yeah, they get a little close. Nah, they're still within tolerable range, though. So this is a great one just because they're sort of barreling down on me for the majority of the shot, and then sort of they turn a little bit to the left afterwards, but for the most part, this is just going to be a solid connection. Now again, because we want to protect these buildings, it's really important for me to notice like when enemies start firing. So for instance, with my melee unit, if I do this, this is a disaster because the building winds up taking damage. So what I'm also curious about, so let's just take a look. If I move up like this, yeah, I still don't make it in time. So if I have to do it, I have to dash. Okay. There's definitely possibilities here. So I don't think we're going to be able to deliver on the tank. I'm curious what's... Okay, so it's a shotgun. Now, one thing that'll be good for me, because this unit's attacking the Sleipnir with a shotgun, if I can just move the Sleipnir off to the side like this, that's a big advantage for my positioning. Or not my position, but that's a big advantage for like avoiding damage on the mission objectives. And then what I can do is I can move in and kind of clean up on the... So I think this overheats me. Yeah, to be honest, I probably shouldn't be shooting... Like, any missed shot goes into something that we want to protect. Yeah, you know what? That's not the most thoughtful move I could make. So, actually, this doesn't need to be nearly as complicated as I'm making it. So I'll take the long way around. We'll go around the buildings. And I'll just hit the tank from behind next turn. It's a really scholarly gentleman, not the trolly bastard you see here. Like I said, we contain multitudes. I let it all out on your channel so I can be nice here. Oh, this is cool. So this is the sniper who's climbing on a building, dashing between the two rooftops, and still getting their shot off. No! Oh, that would have been so good. So he runs behind the objective. I wonder if there's a way for me to tighten the time frame a bit. Now then I shoot into the side of the building I need to protect. Okay, so if we hop up there. That's still really close. I can't bring myself to do it. Like I'll do it here. It's still not, I mean, so the thing is that there's all sorts of like badness for this shot, right? Because like if you think of it, right, this guy's moving, like this is almost perpendicular to the attack. So like this is almost guaranteed to be missing for the most part. But it just looks so cool. Oh crap. Okay, no, I can't do that. Okay, style points are one thing, but that thing is starting the turn by firing missiles at me. Those missiles are going to land on me right on... Those missiles are going to land right on top of the building that I need to defend. Yeah, that's not happening. As style points aside, I cannot afford such a reckless move. What I can do, though, is I can dash closer... No, we'll still run in. So the thing is, this unit has a has its own melee weapon. So again, two of my units I'm just positioning, but the this is the first time we've done a defensive mission, and it says here protect structure. So let's just try and avoid the damage altogether. And Again, it's got good setup music, but the actual, like, battle music's pretty good too, so. Okay, no damage on the... Alright, and I got lucky. I got lucky with the historic building. So we can replay that really quick, because I was focusing too much on the other side. So again, the danger here was that this thing could have gone flying into the side of the building, and it does have destructible terrain. Like this sort of stuff is maybe a little bit more minor, but like there'll be holes in the sides of the buildings by the end of this. Oh, that's the other thing I want to see. Let's find out what happened to that missile. Okay, so again, we run the risk that it gets misdirected into the historic building. So, one option I have with this unit, so I can still try and chase down my nemesis. Can't actually connect though. Okay, so what if I did something like that? Nope, that's a collision with the roof. Okay. So that's fine, I'll just dash. So the dash is about protecting the objective as much as anything. So the other thing is that I'm a little bit better at heat than my main melee unit. Oh, Jesus. All right. There we go. And then presumably I can settle. So, like, it's one thing to chase this guy around. Like, part of this is just trying to shake the missile, but the other thing that I want to do is try and set up for a good shot. And preferably one that will not damage historical buildings. So I think we'll just move our unit there and see where it goes. Okay, other thing I probably I should have taken a look at is anybody targeting the marksman? No. Okay, cool. So again, there is still the danger that this missile winds up destroying the historical building, but we're in slightly better shape than we were before. So it looks like this thing wants a piece of me, but it's with the cannon, and the cannon's got a minimum range of 60 meters. Ah, but this unit's going to turn around. Oh, this is devious. Okay, so this unit, not only is it firing its shotgun, but think about where I would naturally want to defend, right? I would want to defend behind this building, which I don't want to have damaged. So let's see if I dash to the side. I don't overheat, so that's a start. See, the real tragedy about this one is even if I hide behind these buildings, they're still going to try and shoot through the historic building. So unless I can disable the shotgun before they fire, the wind is going to have to take one for the arts. Although dashing tends to... Nope, not dashing in this case. Okay. Well, I should keep realistic about what the real threat here is. Ah, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get into position and get rid of this. Okay, so this unit's fired its machine gun. I feel like there's more that this unit can be doing, though, so I'm going to get into position. Not sure how I feel about the missile, but... So one of the things that's really nice is that you can do this with mechs too, but when you have a shield, you actually get a bonus to your weight, so you can go crashing into enemy units. The main reason I'm doing this, well, one, I just want to crash into the unit because that way it won't be able to fire its weapon at me. The other reason why I want to do this is that it should open up the enemy. Now again, there is a worry about this because they're going to be firing their heavy launcher at me. So we've got a few seconds here for that missile to kind of come on its, basically come after me. But, you know, I have to kind of choose where I'm going to put my units. And in this case here, what I'm banking on, for the most part, is that the time it takes for this thing to travel is going to give me enough time to dash away. Really, this should be a much higher priority to take out than I've been making it, and that's just simply because a couple of misdirected missiles, and I am down a few objectives. So what we're going to do here is move in on the tank. So it probably shouldn't take too much from the assault rifle to disable the tank. I think I'm going to stick into position. Actually, no, I'm not. So the reason why I'm not going to stay in position here is that I do need to run. I need cover, because what this thing can do with its cannon. So it's going to be cooling down for the rest of the turn. But if I'm standing here at the start of next turn, then it just turns the turret around, fires on me, and it scores a hit while I'm trying to run to the edge. Now, there is a little bit of a worry here that I'm stacking 2 units in the same area, so, you know, one missile will probably make short work of them. But again, I need to put my unit somewhere. So let's we are going to watch this in slow-mo because I have so much to see in terms of what's going on. I'll try and be a good camera operator. So I guess first thing we'll watch is what's happening with the missile. Oh, this does not look good. Saved! Hit his own guy. All right. Oh, that's not. No, 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 no. All right, we did our best. So I think I just knocked this guy off the path for the melee strike. So that's some wasted heat, but. You thought you could escape me? Oh, that's a thing of beauty right there. We just took out the missile launcher before it fired on the unit. Oh, and look at that, 6 HP. So we're gonna take out. Oh, come on. Yeah, this guy's done. Looking good. All right, so looks like it's 3 of 4 damage that this one's taken. So, by the way, I'd just like to remind you, this is an indie game which has got destructible terrain like this. Pretty cool. All right, so this, I suspect this unit's still going to be in the fight because it has a sidearm. But because we took out the tank, this does mean that I've got a couple of units that are able to mess with it. So one thing I might want to do is just try and get a better position by doing the melee thing again. Oh, that works beautifully actually, because what we do is we do the melee strike, and then I take out my marksman rifle, and we open fire. Oh man, this is the playmaker for sure. All right, and then we might be able to get one in the back as well. Okay, so basically the camera doesn't move off of this guy. Oof. Okay, we might have the last little tail end of that. All right, so assuming that this unit doesn't get taken out by the melee strike, we'll have a good shot from the assault rifle. It's again worth remembering that the assault rifle has been enough to knock down a couple pilots already. I don't think we can get away with... Yeah, we can't get away with a third. And it seems to me like our job here is just to keep doing the thing we've been doing already. So they are going to open fire with their shotgun. As much as I'd love to make it a contest, I'm just going to throw up my shield after I'm done firing, and then we'll sort of move back. Ah, now that was unexpected. So they're going to start their turn right away. That actually means the melee strike was particularly ill-timed, because I'm not going to be able to aid my ally. So I guess the question is, how torn up am I over the fact that this autocannon's basically going to get a full 522 on the back of my bull? If it's on the right arm, we're in trouble. Well, actually, if it's on either of the arms, we're in trouble. If it's on the lower body, we can survive it, but I'll be unhappy. The other danger is that I wind up tripping over the tank. That is a genuine worry. But the catch is, I don't think there's a lot that we can do about that either way. I already blew my heat capacity with this unit, and I don't think it quite merits a... Like, the question is, do I take the damage on the, you know, the heavier unit, or do I take the damage on the unit that I know is going to get like 200 off of overheating? So I think I'll just take my lumps, but you better believe we're going to be following the marksman. Hang on. Oh, right. No. We're good. Okay. I definitely want to see how this works. And again, I apologize for going slow-mo so much, but this game is very pretty. Oh, it missed! They might even crash into each other. It's a lot of damage. Wait, did I not? I didn't actually do the attack, did I? I'm an idiot. I meant to be opening fire on this unit when the time came. Okay, well, that's a bit of a disappointment as far as how the melee strike worked, but they're down at 46%, and now we've got the marksman rifle working on the shotgunner. I don't think these heat measures are real. I think they're based on the current value of the heat, so I wouldn't expect this unit to be overheating. Oh, that's a thing of beauty. Alright, so this guy's going to eject. Okay, so there's 2 enemy units. The other thing that I really like about this is that it looks like the stuff that's threatened, like the objectives. It looks like they're more or less safe. Okay, I gotta time this just right, but... No, it doesn't work. Okay, so I gotta... You know what? As much as I want to do something cool with the melee strike, there is a considerably easier solution to this. So we'll pretend like this is a threat, but then when they move in close enough, we'll just let her rip as far as the machine gun's concerned. I do want to see the relative size. Yeah, so we're bigger than this guy. If they charge into me, they're the one that takes the damage. So at least I hope. There could be consequences. So let's keep the Sleipnir in as a precaution. Get my sniper to. Oh, this is a bold choice. And we'll move the Sleipnir. Move them up the roads. Okay, now if I can't frame this one properly, I need to abandon any pretense of being a cinematographer. It's like a Team America moment. Everything is bone. All right, that was fun. The big lesson from that one is if we need to do a mission like that again, we definitely need to prioritize the missile units. Because it's just nothing to do with them, right? There's no countermeasures. You don't have like chaff or anything like that. And so like the one thing you don't want to do is just stand there and take it on the chin. But you like the thing is that when you play this game normally and there isn't a historic building to protect, you don't care as much about the collateral damage. I mean, you might like sort of feel bad that you see like this beautiful house kind of blow up, but the game doesn't like show you a picture of like a sad puppy or something like that as a result of seeing a house blow up. So yeah, it's actually really interesting to see, because when you think of it, right, the only damage that wound up affecting buildings was the result of enemy-friendly fire ultimately. But you know, again, because it was the heavy launcher, right? It was specifically this weapon, the PML-1 slug. Although apparently that's not that fearsome of a weapon, 275 damage. I wonder why I was running away from it. Yeah, it's just, you know, in this case, it's not, like, I'm trying to think how I might have acted differently when the thing that triggered the missile was actually an enemy unit, not an allied unit. Anyways, I don't have that much need for gray stuff. One exception might be the Svalin, which is a really heavy, really strong shield, but we've been okay with the shields we have so far, so in this case, I will resist the urge to go gray. I will, however, take the Nox legs. Okay, so there was an indicator that this outpost might send something to beat me up, but what we're particularly interested in right now is liberating Hosfred. We've got 100, so we were able to help out the home army to defend. And by the way, I don't know, like for this. Oh, I wonder if I'm responsible for delivering the captives. I've been wasting a lot of time if that's true. Okay, here's what we're gonna... Oh. Aftermath. Your pilots are in high spirits after the successful battle, and it cuts through their post-fight fatigue. Warm from their suits, they hang around outside the base, talking to civilians and enjoying some fresh air and festivities. Relieved that their homes are safe, the civilians are very happy with you. +1 hope. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a regular cruise so that we can repair. I think I'm actually going to go to this resupply point to make sure that the captives have been dealt with. I could, in fact... I may have already blown it. But I am going to do the overdrive for as long as I can to make this work. It does mean that there's going to be some nasty things that come after me, but... It'd be neat if they could give you an estimate in terms of how long it takes to travel, but here the overdrive makes a little more sense because I'm getting out of the enemy range. Oh, enemy started recapturing a site here. Yikes. Alright, so yeah, I do have a few dilemmas. I may not be able to make this. So I'm going to give this one big push. Actually, there's one other thing that I might be able to do. Let's see if we've got any base upgrades. Okay, overdrive shielding adds heat shielding to the reactor, reducing the heat signature in overdrive mode. Increased noise makes the base harder to see at a distance, but easier to identify at close range. It doesn't feel like there's... So yeah, it looks like it's all positive there. Expanded storage. Okay, so that's going to cost us. I kind of forgot to... Oh, hang on. Improved generation's exactly what I need right now. And rapid ignition. That gets me back on my feet faster. Equips the base with a comm system capable of reaching the home army to call for reinforcements if your reputation is sufficient. The higher your reputation, the more forces they will send. Losing these units in combat will reduce your reputation, but victories increase it. That's cool, but I haven't really needed that. I don't exactly need these either. I'll stop buying stuff for now. What I was really looking to do is see if there's a chance for me to... So we didn't get speed, but we did get an improvement to our recharge. So, oh, seized and confused. You're waved down by a farmer dressed in dusty overalls and looking worse for wear. They took my farm. They took everything, she cries. One of your pilots makes her a nice cup of tea, and when her nerves are settled, you ask her to explain. They kicked us out of our farm. I tried to fight them, but they threatened my family if I didn't clear out. We've been walking for days and have nowhere to go. That farm was our life and our livelihood. Her family, she tells you, are staying in an abandoned barn nearby, but she came out when she heard the base rumbling through. So we could donate supplies for extra hope, we could offer help, or we could leave her. We'll offer help, but we might have to come back. We got 7 hours. This is where we're banking on the ignition to help us out. Oh, it's going to be really tight. We might be able to make it. Nah, I think it's a lost cause. We're so close. Just a little bit more, you can do it. Holy smokes! I was not expecting that to work. Have you got the captors you were ordered to deliver? Yes, here you go. My god, okay, I had no idea I actually needed to deliver them. Or, what pilot? I do not know what you're talking about. No, here you go. Okay. Ah, no, not stealth. Okay, let's see if we can, Oh, there's no way we're making it to that village in time. But we can at least liberate this farm again. Amazingly, there are no battles in Hosfred for us to worry about. Okay, so Should have gone stealthier a little bit sooner. Okay. Occupation. You approach the farmhouse, recognizing it as the one the farmer told you about. Your seismic detectors are going wild. There are definitely mechs stationed here. We're seeing 3 enemies on the board, boss, one of your pilots says. They look a bit beefy, but nothing we haven't seen before. Reckon we can take them? Suit up. I think we're going to take the same team again. We'll just take a second here and go through the units, see if there's anybody who needs those legs. This should be a pretty quick run because there really is just one item. I don't see why I would put these legs on, but just in case. And I'll be honest with you, the wind isn't quite doing it for me. I do like the melee weapon. I do like the... Like, I like the individual components, but as far as the actual performance of this mech, I feel probably what's happening here is that the cost of the weapon is just too high. So... I don't think there's an overall mass... No, there is. So, 7504. So, 5803... Okay, Lance is 88. That would make sense. Bull 71, Ray 68, 75. Yeah, so the wind is so slow is because it's one of my heaviest mechs. Now I suppose the question is, yeah, so it's because it's got a size 16 weapon. So I suppose my next best would be to prioritize mass and just make the wind a super light, super fragile mech. It basically turns it into a death sentence for any pilot that's using it, but looks like everybody's got a clean bill of health. We'll think about that, but I am going to change. I'm going to keep with the lineup that I've got so far. As much as I like the Lance, I think I can work with the with what we've brought on the last few missions. It is worth noting that there'll be reinforcements on this one, which is something new. But the good news is, other than the possibility of this unit... Well, I guess we're dropping in here, so we might take this unit out first. But it's possible we'll take out the main force before they can do anything about it. Glass Dagger. I thought that was an enemy tank for a second. I'm like, my god, what is this thing? Alright, so... Oh, wow. This seems very different from what the briefing told me. Yeah, so there aren't reinforcements. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna take stock. Alright, so... Jesus, really? 625 heavy launcher on a tank. Well, at least I don't need to defend any buildings. Oh, external reinforcements. Another target knows about this fight. A squad took a... Oh, that's really cool! So I think that... that set of... So you saw that I kind of ignored an enemy squad that was coming after me. It actually turns out that in 4 turns, the 606th Army Patrol is going to show up. So there are going to be reinforcements. Wow. Okay. This is going to get interesting. I don't know if the briefing specifically distinguishes between mechs and tanks. I think it's fair to say that it says units. Anyway. A railgun cannon. and it's headed it's headed straight for my my melee unit. Okay. Does that work? Okay, here's what I'm going to do instead. I'm going to dash ahead. I should hopefully cool down by the time this becomes a thing. All right. So let's just make sure that I'm willing to take this damage. This 202 damage, yeah. The thing is that like the railguns, you can reduce the damage by going through buildings, but a railgun is definitely going to fire through buildings. That's why they were brought into the game. But what I'm basically doing here is I'm just trying to clean up this side of the map. So we've got this unit with a heavy launcher. It looks like it's targeting the marksman. Actually, targeting the marksman is going to make things a little difficult, but essentially what I got to do right now is pick a side. So I need to pick a side that I want to clean up, and then move from there. So this unit with the shotgun looks like it's prioritizing the Sleipnir, and so what I can do with the Sleipnir is I can just move them in closer and use them to sort of take out the enemy units. And of course, as we saw with the Sleipnir, that unit's actually pretty good at doing some decent concussive damage. Now, regrettably, my marks, well, kind of works. It's a little optimistic, but let's see if we can maybe get 2 shots off. So I want at least one good one, and then yeah. I'm engaging in a little bit of wishful thinking here, but okay, so I'm just going to plow ahead with the Sleipnir, and then the hope here is that we're going to be able to take out these tanks pretty quickly. I have a slight preference to taking out the marksman just because that can do some serious damage. 610. The heavy launcher is also like 625, but the thing is I can try and dodge the attacks. Now, moving along. The nice thing about this is that for at least part of their attack, they're going to have their right arm exposed to my machine gun. So I'm going to use that to maximize the damage to the sensitive bits. All right. Let's watch the magic happen. That was not nearly as bad as I thought it would be. Stupid tree. Thank you. Oh, this missile... Okay, cool. Zero staggers, quite the number. So yeah, I'm pretty sure this marksman's definitely going to want to get out of the area. This might even mean a little bit of heat damage. And apparently my unit crashed. So it looks like the tank crashed into my own unit. That's not great. Okay, so this is going to get a little dicey for this unit. So one thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to wait just... Ooh, that's too long. Okay, can I just get away with dashing No, that's going to have heat consequences, so... Ah, brilliant. Okay. So sometimes dashing is enough, but what I'm going to do here is I'm going to sort of run around the side. Oh, really? I was kind of hoping I'd be able to get a shot in. So theoretically, if I were to try and attack and move with this thing, not only are my chance... Okay, well, first of all, I'm shooting at the wrong thing, and then second of all, my chances are abysmal. Okay, so I suppose the answer there is... I run forward like this. I dash to get behind... What? Really? Ah. I'm kind of trying to dash to get behind the next set of buildings. Okay, so this pilot's concussed. So, and this heavy launcher is on its way. Cool. Okay. So I get a little bit of lead time on the missiles headed towards me. So I'm going to go in. I'm going to get in position to deal with this tank. So we're going to do the same trick that we did to their companion. We're going to double up the assault shots. There's another thing that I want to do. So there's basically it's the same problem that we run into with these missiles, right? If I'm spending some time attacking the enemy, that's going to be time that the missiles have to travel towards me, and I'm going to have to pay that price at some point. Now, in the meantime, I was not expecting that pilot to be dead. Maybe we should check the replay and see how that turned out. Wow. Yeah, I was not expecting that to go so well. Okay. So, I don't think there's a whole lot that I'm going to be able to do with my... with the wind. That's not entirely true. It's actually probably better for me to try and get around the building, seeing as that thing's got a shotgun. Okay, so I'll tell you, there is one thing that I don't like. Oh, hang on, that's the Sleipnir moving. One thing I don't like about this turn actually is the way I'm moving the marksmen, because I'm moving them in a position to deal with this tank, and this tank should be taken out by the Sleipnir. So I still want to make my escape. I probably shouldn't have deleted that part. So we're gonna dash across the rooftops. So I'm gonna go around the edge like this. I wish there was a dash solution that let me... Hang on. No, I do want to move in the circle around the building. Ah, I see the problem. Okay. So if I move like this, maybe? Oh, there's possibilities. I think this is too hot, and yeah, okay. Well, that's fine. I'll still be able to get in position for the next turn. But yeah, I'm doing a circle around the building, hoping that's enough for the missile. Apparently I'm not using my machine gunner at all. That is a big problem. So this isn't my favorite move, seeing as I'm using the machine gun sort of in a... Again, it's perpendicular to the sort of the vector that the... I guess orthogonal if I want to talk about vectors. But basically it's... like, this is not the most effective attack that I could be doing with this machine gun, but it's also really clear that this is an annoying enemy, and it's a chance for me to be able to deal with it. So, oh, this unit's crashing. Okay, so it looks like we crashed again, but we crashed in a way that cost that unit its right arm. So in this case, the mech itself is the melee weapon. Definitely want to take advantage of the fact that this tank is disabled. Again, we want to... let's just take a quick look here. So that's definitely going to hit the side of the barn. That surprises me a little bit that this thing's still kicking around. It's probably only going to take one hit from the assault rifle. In fact, they may just give up, but let's force them into retirement. And again, a dash just to mess with the... just to mess with the missiles, and if that weren't overkill... Okay, let's see how that turns out. Now, it did just occur to me, this guy might eject, but his friends still show up. You're kidding me. I had no idea this guy was still around. Put the marksman on a roof. Are there any more missiles flying around? I don't think so. So until we know where the enemy's coming from, I mean, obviously we got to deal... Well, no, I mean, now we know we're dealing with the reinforcements because we haven't gotten a victory after the eject. Actually, with that in mind, why should I accept that? Let's just mow him down with a machine gun. We're dragging the tank with us. Okay, cool. We did manage to take them out before the reinforcements. I also feel really bad because that track that's playing is like one of my favorite in the game. But I was really, really eager to ditch the reinforcements if I could. So that went unexpectedly well. As always, we grab the coloreds, and looks like the rest is free scrap. With 5 to spare, no less. Okay, so that was the target. We already lost the village, so I guess we just move back to Hosfred where we can. Occupied no more. Your squad was successful. When the dust settles, your mechanic goes to collect the family and bring them back to the farm. When they arrive, the kids immediately run inside to check if any of their toys have been moved, and the farmer and her husband come to you. Thanks, she says. We have little to repay you with, but we'll be sure to tell all our neighbors about how much the Phantom Brigade helped us here. The husband nods. We really thought you were just a legend people were creating. Now to see you in the flesh, helping us, the people should know that there is hope after all. I'll confess, I'm not 100% sure what hope does now that the new liberation mechanics are in the game. But, I mean, we work with what we've been given, right? I want to accept that there's apparently some use to this sort of stuff. Ransacked facility. Your base stops near a civilian facility. There are tens of workers gathered outside looking distressed. You and your pilot approach one of them. There's a base with soldiers not far from here, one woman tells you. The soldiers have taken almost all our supplies. We've lost so many days of work. You look at the broken windows of the factories, the tank tracks in the dirt. They have clearly been taking them by force. Will you help us, please? We'll have to shut down the whole factory without our equipment. So we could ignore them and reduce the hope. But clearly in this case, we'll go for recovering the supplies. Hopefully it's on its way to Hosford, because we really do need to get back on the Liberation. But, okay. Well, at the very least, it'll give us a chance to recover our batteries. Actually, we're going to cruise for a bit. I am eventually going to have to pay that price. Hopefully we can cover the distance. Okay, now we charge him. Nailed it. Enemy base! As you approach the enemy base, you realize that it isn't just any base. It belongs to the soldiers who have been raiding the nearby facility. So if it's not clear what I was doing in the overworld there, those red circles that you see around you are the enemy's ability to detect you. And based on a certain... so there's a certain period of time where it sort of zeroes in on your location and just kind of gains an understanding of what the threat is. It'll eventually start sending groups after you. Generally, they will be tougher, from my understanding as well. And so one of the strategies I try to employ is I will go into stealth mode for the first little bit, because it shrinks the size of the detection range. But at some point, you're going to be in detection no matter what. And the hope is that there's enough battery life to sort of charge in, so that the period in which the enemy are able to detect you is as small as possible. Now, if you get it wrong, then the thing that you saw in the last battle happens. There's basically another enemy squad running around looking for you, and they may show up as reinforcements to the fight. Now, if you can finish the fight early, then you don't need to worry about those reinforcements. But it's fair to say you can wind up in a tough spot if you don't sort of manage the detection. And as you can see, I've been a lot looser with it lately, as I've just sort of been charging through different provinces, trying to run errands for people, basically. So hopefully this enemy base is going to be the last one for a little bit. Then we'll go back to Hosford. I am lucky that there haven't been any battles show up in Hosford. But we do need to take down the remaining bases and liberate the province. Hopefully we can do all of that within the next 40 minutes. But for now, we'll suit up. I don't even know if we managed to repair everything. Looks pretty repaired to me. So again, we only had a couple of items. I suspect we're not going to have much. Yeah, as cool as the Tsubasa is, I really do not like the idea of low integrity, high barrier items. Oh, the shields may be an improvement though. And we've got a new shotgun, so that's something that the Lance might like, actually. So I'm gonna make an executive decision and say no, no Tsubasa, period. Now this stance shield's kind of interesting. So, well, I guess the question is the net amount. So this thing's 580, 151. So in that case, we're looking at what, 731? And then for this one, we'd be looking at 852 compared to my current, which is 786. So yeah, this stance shield is better. And it keeps our color scheme. So again, Tsubasa's off the list, but this shotgun is not an improvement. Okay, so realistically, what else do I have? The bull might get an improvement to its shield. So again, 490, 286. So in that case, we're looking at 776. This was not enough. Surely the stance. So sorry, I said this is 776, right? So this is, yeah, 786. So a slight improvement and lower mass. Cool. At some point I should go in the inventory and dismantle a lot of this gear, because there's a bunch of stuff which I'm clearly not going to use now. But we'll save that for another time. Now this is more like the base defenses that I'm used to. So some of these may wind up being turrets. Just in terms of details, in terms of what the game tells you. So as far as I can tell, there is no... Oh, sorry. Strider, you might have been referring to this number here, right? I actually don't know what that is, but it's definitely not the number of mechs. But yeah, you can get details on the mission. Generally, I kind of feel reasonably comfortable with the missions, so I tend not to review this too carefully. But it's an assault mission. Attack a heavily fortified military location, eliminating all hostiles. Can be accomplished with 3 to 4 units, but be on your guard. Be careful. Dangerous autonomous turrets will be detected at this site. Wipe out the enemy units to disable them. They're dug in like ticks. Bait the enemies to bring them out of cover, or use indirect fire weapons. And we've got your back. The base will approach the combat throughout the battle, so we can retreat if you need to. We're up against the experimental group, level 7. Their threat is 231 compared to our threat of 199, so this is rating it as medium. And a group of small mech squads, all specializing in different tactical techniques. They carry experimental and usually powerful equipment. Hopefully we'll get one of the heavy... I've noticed that we've not actually gotten any of the heavy weapons yet. So... But yeah, it does say 2 here, so they're already here. Enemies are ready to immediately engage, so keep your wits about you. I am genuinely curious what the 2 is supposed to indicate. But yeah, so my suspicion here is that we've got turret, turret... turret. I would guess 3 turrets, and then I would not surprise me if all of these were mechs. Oh, hang on, maybe this is a number of mechs. So this will be interesting. If there's 2 tanks, 2 mechs, you might be onto something with this Strider. But I guess the question would be... It says mech squads here, but I guess if it says like the reserves... I don't know. To be determined. Let's see how many units are on the board. Oh, I remember this map. Also, the experimental mechs look really cool. Interesting. So there are 2 mechs. And here they are. Great timing. Our big bird is about to do another pass. They'll send backup our way, so don't panic and hold out for a minute. I don't think that's true. Yeah, so there's 2 mechs. So this one's... apparently it's an experimental shotgun. Oh, Jesus. Okay. 900 damage, so I do not want to be anywhere near that shotgun when they fire it at me. This thing is working with an assault rifle, so that's going to be able to do a lot of the things that make me sad, like the Sleipnir. Actually, they're targeting the Sleipnir. There's a shotgun tank, 602, and the other tank has got a railgun repeater. Okay, this is going to get exciting. Maybe I should start packing rockets. So who are they targeting is the first question. Looks like they are coming after the melee unit, but I am interested in the fact that the melee unit's really far away when they're attacking. So maybe what we do is we kind of go around the side like this. Oh, dangerous. So there's 2 options that I have. I've got one where I go like this. Now the problem with this approach is that this unit, again, hits for 900 damage. Now it's a very, very high heat, like it costs a lot of heat to fire this thing, but it's empty at the start of the turn. So guess what happens at the start of the next turn? I'm in perfect range to be shot, and any single component, like it can take off both arms and still have some damage left over. Is that true? Yes. So as much as I'd like to nail the tank here, I'm losing my melee unit if I do that. What I can do though, let's try... Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'll move in a way... So the threat from the shotgun is now gone. So I'll do my dash here. So that gets me a little extra ground. And I'm basically in a position where I can dodge any enemy attack next turn, but I can still sort of run around the corner and target the railgun repeater and the unit with a that's firing with its assault rifle. I will mention, by the way, as far as Phantom Brigade is concerned, the AI is quite clever. I have definitely run into a couple of points where I'm like, oh, I didn't really think that through. And it's really clear that they are exploiting some bad planning on my part. Okay, now, unfortunately, my guy is jumping in a little too late. So let's just see if I can... Yeah, that's not going to work. I mean, I might be able to dodge the friendly fire, but why risk it, right? So if I start with the dash, like I said, I wasn't going to do. Closer. Okay, what if I just did 2 dashes in a row like this? Okay, cool. That solves everything, actually. So that... I wind up in a safe spot, and I'm behind the building. It's exactly what I needed. Okay. So I think the problem with this other attack is if I... Yeah, the other one comes too close to the... Okay. So we'll finish the shot. Move in a little closer. And if I'm lucky... So I'm not entirely lucky because I am going to be hitting the shield side, but they have 2 options. They can either turn around and try and sort of mitigate some of the damage, or number 2, they can come after the melee unit, and then they have to sort of face the withering fire of the marksman. Okay. So this thing's a shotgun. Don't necessarily want to engage it at close range, but I do want to be in position to take advantage of the opportunity. Cool. I'm a little worried about this option because I'm crossing over. I've talked about this in previous streams of Phantom Brigade. So having an attack that crosses over turns. If you think about the advantage of the Phantom Brigade, it's the fact that you know what the enemy is going to do 5 seconds in advance. And there's 2 things that you're giving up when you have an attack that crosses over over that 5-second mark. The first thing that you're giving up is the option to take advantage of a favorable development. So what I mean by that is I am assuming that for the last little bit of this attack, that this tank is going to be the most attractive option. It may turn out that there's an opportunity that opens up elsewhere, and I'm going to be committed to that attack regardless. The other thing is that the AI, and theoretically if this were to be a multiplayer game, you're the opposing player as well, but I don't believe this will ever get a multiplayer component, so not really worth thinking too much. I was wondering if that focus camera was like to follow it during combat. That would have been neat. Oh, this is interesting. I just want to read this tooltip. Speed is one of the most important metrics for any unit, determining the ability to dodge incoming fire and attack from optimal range. Outrunning opponents allows a unit to engage on its terms. However, speed typically comes at the cost of lighter armor or weaker weapons. A lesson the wind is learning. But yeah, so number 1, I'm giving up my opportunity to make an informed decision, at least at the start of the next turn. But the other thing is that the AI is going to know that I'm committed to firing this weapon for a few seconds into the next turn. So maybe like the first thing I would assume is the shotgunner is going to want to turn around and say, hey, I don't like you shooting me like this, and, you know, fire something of its own off. There may be other things that come up as well, but that's the first thing I'm thinking of. Okay, so last thing I want to focus on is the Sleipnir. Now, it does look like... So, I don't want to freak out too much about this assault rifle. Like, it does a fair amount of damage, 575. And the nice thing about the assault rifle is it is kind of a jack-of-all-trades weapon. So, even if you are engaging at, like, a long range, or even if you're moving, generally, it will still do some reasonable work. But it's not a sniper rifle, right? So, like, the idea of keeping the Sleipnir behind cover for the entire turn like this is a little ridiculous. So, I am kind of curious, though. Okay. That works like a charm. I'm really happy about that, actually. So now the question is there a way that I can do some nasty things to that tank? Not from this angle. Well, this isn't too bad. There might be some finesse for the Sleipnir, but I think I can live with that. Okay, so not a ton to happen this turn, but hopefully we're setting ourselves up for a really good turn too. Oh, we almost took out the pilot. You get to hear the blah next turn. Okay. So, assault rifles targeting the Sleipnir. I want to make sure I've got them behind cover. Shotgun is aiming for the marksman. Interesting. So they are saying, I really don't care that you're coming after me. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to hold out for the last little bit of the shot. No, we're not, because it takes too long. So I'm not crazy about turning my back on an enemy unit like that, but it's what I can do. But we are going to have our revenge with the marksman rifle. Now, the big question, can I get a sneaky melee attack in before... Oh god, that's way too early. Okay. So I want to see if I can get one of these melee attacks in before the marksman starts doing its thing. Yes. Good, good. All right. I mean, my other option is to go for the tank. Well, I guess the question is, who else deals with a tank? Okay, as much as I really, really want to do this attack, the prudent move... Oh, hang on. I was going to say the prudent move... Oh, man. Heavy launcher? See how fast we can run. Okay, the Sleipnir's in a little bit of a tough spot just because there is somebody who's going to be attacking them. There's a possibility here. So we get to shoot the enemy unit in the back. And then the unit that was coming after us. Now, I do want to be a little mindful of the fact that it does have a best reply. Like, so their reply is just to turn around and shoot me with their assault rifle. I don't have that much I can do about it, although I can sort of run around the corner like this. Okay. Finally, I'm going to assume that we take this tank out. Maybe that's a bad assumption, but I think it's a defensible one. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move up. So I could try and, well... Nah, this takes less action, so I'm still going to be crossing over the turn on it, but I still get to completely expose the right-hand side of this thing. Again, something with a shotgun that does almost 1,000 damage, you kind of want to take that off the board as soon as you can, so... This time we will slow it down, and we'll get a chance to hear... Hopefully we still get to hear the war drums. I wonder if he'll dodge it. Oh, go. We got that in one go. Okay, that pilot's concussed. Man, that thing is a beast. So it's 18% concussion, but it's still going for the. Okay, so the option here, honestly, just keep going with the marksman rifle. I think my opportunities are pretty much closed though, past that one. So we are gonna make our move on the. Actually, what are my chances at that point? Yeah, we can do better. Oof. So I am banking a little bit on being able to concuss this pilot, because if I don't, the bull is in trouble. So we're going to finish off the shots here. We're going to wait long enough for the... Actually, there is one other thing that I can do. So I've got that optimal range. So we wait to finish the shot. We cool down while moving out. Yeah, so I mean, essentially, I am hoping that either we take out the legs, take out the pilot, or take out the right arm, and anything less, and we're probably losing a component off of the. The bull. Okay, now, sort of as predicted, this unit's going to be opening fire on the Sleipnir. Now, there is a little bit of a game of chicken going on here. So, like, there is one version of this where I attack and I'm able to shoot. Like, this is the gunslinger, like, shooting the hand of their duelist opponent. There's really only 30 health left on this thing. The drawback is I can't start with a shot. Actually, you know what? Yes, that is exactly what I'm doing. Because if it works, it makes me look like such a Chad. Right, we're using the missiles or the marksman on that afterwards. So we'll just get the... Actually, honestly, no point in risking the melee unit at this point, so we'll... put him around the edge. And if the enemy gets... Okay, so there's a lot going on here, but there's very clearly one duel that we're interested in seeing the results of. Let me just double check that we've got this... Hold on to your breath. Oh God. It hurt so much. We almost lost the pilot off of that. This guy's running too. So this thing, like the angel of death, is coming out of the smoke. 11 HP left. Okay, we crashed him. 3. Nice, concussed. Oh, beautiful. That's the game. Well, they're gonna have to eject, but Alpha's just gonna quietly sit down and say, why did I do that? It hurts so much. Anyways, that's gonna be good for scrap for us. Wow, okay. It has been a while since I've seen the either Vidar or Vidar. These are usually really heavy, but they just look futuristic. Like, this is definitely going to be something I play with. Actually, looks like it's all armor stuff. So, I mean, it's tempting to go for the shotguns and that, but... Yeah, I mean, I love BattleTech, don't get me wrong. I think the thing is that, like... So number one, the settings are very different. I think that's one difference. And I think there's something to be said about, you know, BattleTech dealing so much with this idea of sort of a new dark age, and the fact that a lot of the technology that creates the battle mechs not necessarily being available or being, you know, lost to time, or at the very least sort of a closely guarded secret by certain factions. And so, in addition to the fact that I just think it's a very interesting type of combat to have these big sort of not necessarily elegant, but these very fearsome battle machines basically conducting war on a scale that hasn't been seen before in the type of universe that maybe you wouldn't necessarily want to live in. I do think that it's appropriate. So, I mean, like, obviously, Warhammer 40k is sort of like the gold standard for... Oh, actually, that Svalin shield is probably going to be an upgrade for the Lance. You know, obviously, a lot of people think of 40k when it comes to, like, Grimdark and stuff like that. But BattleTech, in its own way, like, it does have its own history, and a very interesting history, which, you know, to me, I think... Like, I think its style of mech is very appropriate for its setting, but it's not necessarily the most telegenic type of mech. Like, this definitely feels like the sort of thing that you would find in an anime, where, you know, even the slow mechs have, like, these very stylish designs, and generally they're going to move about in a certain way. Like, I could imagine having a melee-based heavy mech. And so definitely this feels like it's a little bit more in that tradition. But yeah, no, I mean, as far as a more stylish BattleTech, as someone who loves BattleTech, like, I do agree. Like, it definitely feels like a much more fashionable, much more stylish BattleTech, or cooler BattleTech, as you said. Okay, so we should have already... Yeah, so this will probably trigger when we start. I will hit cruise, and we're going to start liberating Hosfred again, although we may not have enough time to start. Well, maybe we will. With the guards gone, you're now free to take back the supplies that were stolen. Buried treasures. After the fight, your team performs a routine sweep of the area. You notice a group of scouts huddled around some rubble, talking in hushed tones. When one of them spots you, they all stand at attention. Commander! At their feet is a container, its casing baked in dirt and dust. It looks old, but otherwise intact. We found it jammed in between some books and tools, explains the scout. What should we do with it? So we can open it, take it, and investigate the contents. Store, place it in storage for now, or leave. I mean, it's tempting. This is really interesting to see. You get that some of the BattleTech mechs are downright. Oh yeah. No, I didn't take it as a criticism of the setting. I mean, I think if you, I don't know how deep down the rabbit hole. So like, okay, here's the thing. Warhammer 40k is a really cool setting, and it's produced some good games, but it can sometimes get a little ridiculous, both in terms of the content, but I'm actually also thinking in terms of the level of devotion fans have for it. So like, if you spend some time on a fan wiki for Warhammer 40k, the articles are endless. Like, I think I go on too long, and I genuinely do not understand how people can be so interested in a subject that they would write that much about it, let alone expect someone to read it. And again, like that's not a knock against the 40k. It sounds like it, and I probably could have phrased that better. I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing about the Warhammer 40k setting. Like, again, this is the sort of thing that like any gaming company should dream to have. Like, could you imagine having a property that is that recognizable? You know, like as soon as you say Warhammer 40k, there are immediately things that come into your head in terms of that setting. But it is fair to say that like BattleTech is nice because you can go down. Like, I think Sarna.net is a good example. It's one that actually has a fairly comprehensive coverage of the setting, because the setting's grown. Like, there's stuff that happened in the BattleTech setting that I had no idea about. Like, so the whole like jihad series, like the fundamentalist Comstar like taking over for a while, like had no idea about it. I thought that's a really cool idea. You know, among others, I think, and like I found out that, I don't know how much, again, you know about BattleTech lore, but the clans win. And the final battle takes place in Ottawa, where I live. Like, I was not expecting that turn. So yeah, I believe the current canon for BattleTech is that I'll leave some surprises for you. I won't tell you which clan wins, but one of the things that really interests me is that you can actually get a readout of sort of the origins of some mechs. And like, apparently the design of the Atlas is very specifically, apparently Kerensky's request was to create a mech so sort of large and fearsome that it would be as much as much an exercise in psychological warfare as anything else. And I mean, I love the Atlas, but like, I'm not going to call that a pretty mech. That is absolutely the sort of thing that you look at as like, yeah, I don't want to go anywhere near that thing. And obviously, like Phantom Brigade, it would be a crime if Phantom Brigade did that style of mech, because the animation in it is just so good, right? You can't have these sort of shambling, mechs across the battlefield. Instead, what you want are these sleek engines to run in, and like, these are the sorts of things that you would want to run an insurgency with, right? So it's fitting to the setting as well as the style of game. So, but yeah, I don't know. There is actually some neat writing in terms of why some of the BattleTech mechs look the way that they do, which I appreciate. Like, I like that sort of stuff. I'd argue, I don't know, like maybe it's just a question of taste. I'm like I said, I do like 40k stuff, but I actually do find BattleTech a little bit more interesting. Because they don't seem to have kept that static with it. Like, it really does feel like they go different directions, and sometimes it's not to taste, but I do think it's good when they breathe some new life into it. And I just think there's something about the idea of advancing a setting through like short stories and novellas, even proper novels. I think that's a really interesting idea, and I wish more games would do that. Because, I mean, let's face it, if you're into tabletop games, you're probably a bit of a nerd and you like reading science fiction or fantasy. Anyways, so buried treasures. Normally I would open the box, but given the fact that there have been a few events where it's checked to see if there's something in our inventory, this is actually one of these cases where I would like to put the closed box in my inventory. So we'll see whether or not that was a good decision. And again, we slouch on to Hosfred. Love Battletech, and they're all supposed to be ugly for the Innisphere. I mean, even some of the clan... I mean, so the thing is that even some of the clan mechs, like under the Star League, like some of the Star League tech, again, that's when some of the original designs came around, and they're at least some by design are not good looking. Like again, I'm thinking specifically of the Atlas because I like that mech so much, but I don't think this is quite going to deliver the thing that I want it to, but I think I'll get far enough that I don't need to worry. So yeah, they're going to be checking me out for a bit, but I should be able to go stealth before it becomes a problem. Nope, okay, they are going to send someone out after me. But what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to go quiet as soon as I hit the edge of... There we go. So it's this nice little dark zone in between the two bases. And then we can charge the camp. There we go. Okay, honestly, I only have 5 minutes in my normal speed, but we've had some really good runs here, so I think I'll go a little bit further and let's see how it goes. Also, I'm really loving some of the new writing that they've put into this. So there's 2 writers on there. I always keep crediting Lulu Kadim, but I think Tina's the other writer. I think it's Tina. No, but let me get it properly. Usually if I open Microsoft Edge, that doesn't have too big of an impact on the setup. So one really cool thing about the developer behind this game, in fact, I'll direct your attention... Oof, sorry, a content-rich website, as you can tell by my sudden drop in frame rate. So brace yourself as publisher now. Their first game is Godless. Well, first published game is Godless. I should also mention that they are currently hiring. So they're currently looking for a senior video producer and a game director. So both of these are, as the title suggests, a senior role. But I do happen to know there are a few game designers who watch. So in the case of the game director, I believe they're looking for 6 years of experience total, professional experience, and I believe they're looking for two of those years to be sort of in a leadership role. And then the senior video producer, which I know a couple of you probably work on that. I think in this case they're looking for 5 years of experience. Now again, it's always hard with job postings to know how firm the qualifications are. I suppose it's always one of these questions here in terms of, can you demonstrate sort of this equivalence? But I mean, just keep in mind that I suspect probably at least one of the people who will have had the role is Marlon, who is a really, really good video editor. So in any case, if you happen to know somebody who either fits those descriptions or who or maybe yourself, definitely get the word out. But the reason why I wanted to bring this out was if you go to the About page, and actually there's a couple new names here, you get a chance to see all of the lovely faces. Well, most of the lovely faces. There's a couple that don't have images. But one really cool thing about the way that Brace Yourself does their team page is that it's randomized. So I know Ryan Clark was the founder, but for me, so poor Andy wound up in the bottom of this one. But where's where'd Ryan go? Oh, he's right in the middle this time. Tina Tai, I think? Or, yeah. Anyways, Tina and Lulu are, I believe, the two... I believe are the two writers at... Oh, interesting. There's a couple of... there's a couple new names here that I didn't realize. Sorry, I really should be doing this on my own time. Brace Yourself is a very cool company. And one of the things I think is really neat about that is that while I was originally looking... one of the things that I was originally looking for was just the name of the other writer, or last name of the other writer, because I think I got the Tina part right. It is a chance for me to kind of talk about this neat feature where, you know, and it definitely reflects their values. Like, I definitely got the impression that they are, you know, very inclusive, very open group. It definitely feels like an office that is sort of built around bringing the most out of their people. If you take a look at their blog, you'll notice that they have sort of their version of 20% time. So I think their Fridays are sort of intended to be used towards sort of self-directed projects, which maybe don't necessarily have an immediate alignment with the current set of priorities. There's some really cool stuff. So Alexa, lead QA, did this really good spider model. I think I mentioned that before. But again, some of the lighting stuff that wound up in Industries of Titan came out of that. So again, this is really just a chance for me to talk about the writing, but it gives me a chance to sort of sell you on Brace Yourself. And again, if you know a game designer, if you know somebody who's good at video editing, or that fits your description, they are hiring. Okay, anyways, what I wanted to say was I'm actually really happy that there's some new events inside of this. So first day, you'll do great. You overhear from the you'll do great. You overhear from the changing station. It's one of the mechanics beaming at your newest pilot. Every pilot's got to have their first day, right? The pilot's hands are shaking as they try to close the clasp of their suit. Yeah. One day you'll be standing at on the soil of a free country. You'll look back at this moment and you'll feel proud of everything you fought for. The clasp locks tight, the shaking stops. Now get out there and fight, kid. So the one thing I am interested in is whether or not the... Okay, so Alpha is quite damaged. But it looks like the Sleipnir managed to get repaired in time. So let's bring Sam Oswald back. Everybody else looks like they're in good shape, so... Okay, another entrenched enemy. We're up against the reserve, so I am not going to pay attention to that number here. So a mix of reserve troops led by oddball elite specialists. What they lack in skill and experience, they make up for in sheer number. And two, they're already here. Enemies are ready to immediately engage, so keep your wits about you. Again, normally when you mouse over something in this game, it'll give you a tooltip, but not the case here. We did, however, get a couple of new goodies, so I definitely want to see if I can do something with the Svalin. So we lose 27 on our barrier and gain hundreds on our integrity. So this is gonna slow this mech down quite a bit. 12. Okay. Let's see if we can balance things out a little bit. So we're at 1063 for the body. Ooh, this is interesting. This Vidar. Very interesting. So we give up some heat dissipation, but I think I can work with this. Okay, so we've got side steps, overdrive core. I'm just going to bring it back the way that it used to be, and then we can we can mess things around a little bit. So I guess I put the heat sink in this originally, but I suppose we can put hydraulics in instead. It'd be nice if I had excellent hydraulics, but... Now, we're not necessarily looking to lighten this mech. Like, we do still want this to count as a heavy, but if we can get some mobility on this thing, so much the better. 535, 189. Yeah, that's definitely the best I can do. So, if we went back to the standard core, yeah. Okay, so the real question here is how much heat does the shotgun generate? Quite a bit. I guess there's no heat capacity. Overheat point 88, so I think this... Okay, so I'm going to make a guess here. If I switch to the standard core, that number's going to go up by 15. Yup. So I need to find a way of boosting my heat capacity. So if we go for the charge core, we wind up moving too slowly. So the answer is capacitors. Oh man, I have so many hydraulics. It's like passive heatsink's nice, but the passive heatsink doesn't solve the cap. Ah, perfect. Okay, so we're up to 23. I think it was 135 for the shotgun, right? Yeah. So if I can find a part with another offensive subsystem, that's best for me. Although it does mean that I wind up giving the hydraulics somewhere, which means I lose some mass and some heat dissipation. I can live with the heat dissipation, but not so much the mass. Yeah, so this is the biggest, meanest arm that I can get. Also, it's got a capacitor, so... left arm. Now, this has usually been pretty skinny. I also don't mind shedding a bit of mass on this. So we're at 1168 on this one. Ooh, the Tsubasa. Yeah, that's not happening. Well, hang on. The net value of the Tsubasa is actually still higher than the... You know what? If that had an offensive subsystem, that actually would have covered... That would have been exactly what I needed. Okay, so the Elbrus is tempting here because it has an offensive subsystem, but it is heavier. But you know what? You only YOLO once, so... Let's start... Wait, why did the heat dissipation get worse? I'm not even going to question it. Looks like I don't have any excellent capacitors anymore, so we'll stick an improved one on. Okay, so we have just enough, so I can't dash and... I guess sidestep's already the lowest power that I can look for. I obviously have to change the livery at some point. Alright, so mobility subsystems where I want it to be. I don't think these legs are gonna work. I mean, I can hope for a mobility subsystem, but, like... Actually, hang on. These VDAR legs may be exactly what I need. Unbelievable. I'm still pretty slow, but... Wait, improve reactor? That's not right. Hydraulics. I definitely need the heat dissipation if I'm hitting the cap on my... Okay, well, we put the left arm on. Yeah, I probably shouldn't be messing around with the arms at this point. I mean, the VDAR would be nice. God, that isn't that far off from what I... Oh, man. This is actually so much better than what I'm currently bringing. Okay, we're gonna ditch the capacitor. Hang on, so why can't I put this one on as the left arm? Oh, because it's too heavy. That's a little extra speed without giving up too much in terms of the... So remember, this is all because we put this Valen on. Well, we also realized what the heat cost of the shotgun is. Alright, so we'll just change the livery to the default. I wonder, it'd be interesting if they could put like a clearing option. Because like sometimes I just want to go to whatever color scheme we'd already worked with. That's fine, we'll just go for a standard blueberry. Okay, cool. I guess I kind of have to put this in the lineup now. So I think the slate... Nope, the bull is actually the lowest rated. So one thing that has happened because we've freed up a bunch of other parts, I do actually want to take a second here and just review what we've got available to us. Generally, for the rest of these, I don't want to be messing around with anything that will make them slower. It's really just the Lance that can afford to be a slow-moving beast. Okay, left arm. So this is hiding behind a shield. So if I can shed some weight, we'll take it. We can't. Right arm, we definitely want something stronger. So is there... Nope. No, there may be a better shield for us. So we've got the stance, we've got the Ajax. So we're at... sorry, we said that was 786. So this is already 850, and it's... Well, 852 specifically, and it's lighter. Yeah, so that Ajax, other than the fact that it's lighter, is not going to help me out. I probably should have checked the other ones, though. So this is a 561, 225, so that brings it up to 786 compared to... Nope. I can do math well. Oh, I see why. Yeah, it's the basic plating. Anyways, it's not worth it on either of these. It's weird, right? Because this is a green compared to a blue, so it's uncommon versus rare. But in this case, these are level 6 rares, so that's why there's the difference. And I don't see a better machine gun, frankly, so... Okay, bull's taken care of. Hey, everybody's getting up to say... Oh, nope, Slaper's not there yet. So I suspect there's not much hope for torsos. Lower body, I think, was VDAR, but let's just double check. It's not like I really need more speed on this thing. 23 is pretty zippy, but The better I can maneuver, the happier I am. Again, we freed up some stuff, so I just want to make sure that I've... So I guess this one I'm using the handgun. Yeah. It'd be nice to have a little bit more concussive damage, but honestly, like, 1 point giving up 30, I don't think it's worth it. Okay. I don't really see a lot that's there for the ray, but again, we'll just take a quick peek. The arrow's intriguing, but we're already at almost 20 speed, and I don't know. Given the fact that we're running up against enemies that can do something like, you know, 900 damage, coming in with something like 460 in terms of center torso, doesn't quite inspire confidence. Now we have some skinny wait. No, these are heavy legs, right? Okay. I think we've already solved the arm problem, but doesn't hurt to check. Oh, that's interesting. This is a light arrow arm that we have, but this Elbrus actually winds up being an improvement. We do have to give up the heat dissipation, though. So I would normally be okay with it. Well, so 5-3 arrow. Let me just equip this for a quick second. Okay, so an offensive subsystem. So it's 508 on heat dissipation, so I bet we could put a passive heat sink in there and improve it. Is that the best thing I could be doing with it, though? So a capacitor... Capacitor would give me heat cap. Targeting sensor would make me even more accurate with a pretty fearsome weapon. Nah. We'll make it a strict improvement if we put the heat sink in, so... Okay, sorry, again. Trying to navigate the world of mech construction. Honestly, I think I'm due for an overhaul on the wind, so what I'm really looking for is something with the smallest mass I can manage. I mean, maybe we just... Maybe we just throw caution into the wind and throw this light body on it. Yeah, you know what? That is going to be what I do. I'm worried about the heat dissipation. But sidestep charge hollow. Ah, that's what made it work. Now let's do the apples to apples comparison. So I bet you this Elbrus body is going to be... Well, no, it's still... If it's heavier with the... If it's heavier with the... Yeah, I should think before I speak. That is really, really weird that this Asgard is so light compared to this Elbrus. Anyways, sidestep charge, and I don't need to worry too much about the heads, but... Okay, so that's an offensive subsystem. That's also an offensive subsystem. Okay, let's think about heads for a bit. So this is for an arrow. I don't think we even have any arrows anymore. I'll start with this. Okay, 68 integrity. So 68 for 392. Ideally, we slim that down as much as possible. Okay, that is as slim as it gets. 69, so we'll put the Nox head on. And I'll just compare that one more time to the arrow because... Nope, this gives us better heat dissipation. Okay. So I need to keep this overheat in mind. So with my weapon, it's 180 on heat generation. Holy hell! Wow, the overdrive core is not the right option there. Okay, let's try that again. Charge core. So 158. Okay, so it's clear I need a lot of capacitors. Did I just wreck this mech? I feel like we're going to be back to a point where we're overheating every time we attack. So yeah, I've already stuck capacitors everywhere we can go. So the best I can hope for here is we can find something with an offensive subsystem in the lower body that's lightweight. Yeah, well, the lightweight's not happening. We're only up to 1473 in terms of speed, too. Okay, so if we ditch the empty plating, oof, we go down to 12. Okay, Tsubasa legs wind up... Ah, I see. Oh god, that's a death sentence though. So if I put empty plating on these Tsubasa legs, like, great for my speed, 57 112? Like, that's not good. What are the skinniest legs I can get on this thing? 225 for the bean. Maybe this wasn't the right way to think about it. I did see a blue on one of these. Looks like... Okay, so that's... So if I give you empty plating, you go up to 1473. And then there were these Elbrus legs, which on their own don't seem like much, but we can stick hydraulics on them. Not even close. Okay, so, you know, the really frustrating thing about this is what it really comes down to is if I could get... Yeah, no problem, Vanguard Master. The difference here is if I could just get an exceptional heatsink. Actually, okay, there's one thing I can do to make life a little bit easier. Let's sort this all by level. Some of these I'm keeping because they're rare. Let's say 7's the standard. 6 feels like it's already cutting kind of deep, but... 438 compared to... yeah, that's not even close. I definitely should have been a lot more willing to give up some of this stuff long before. It's hard to give up these shields, but we've already decided the shields that we want. Okay, so what we're going to do here is scrap and detach. So with luck, that's going to give us a bunch more subsystems. Maybe sort by... Actually, yeah, there's some stuff that I can work with here. So let's say left sensors are outright. I never use active heat sinks, so let's maybe ditch those as well. Definitely hang on to capacitors. Now, unfortunately, we didn't get any new capacitors, so that was kind of a bust there. I feel like I've already got plenty of reactors, so we don't need the improveds or the basics. I have occasionally needed some improved hydraulics, so we'll maybe hang on to those. Basics I feel we can get rid of. I think basic anything we can pretty much get rid of. Now I don't really see a need for gyros when hydraulics exist. So even the rare ones I'm gonna get rid of. Hard to say about the regenerators, or I'll at least keep the basics. And I never use anything that makes the mechs heavier. So I guess the last question is, do I want to keep any of these heads? Let's say... we'll kind of keep 1 or 2 of each. But we'll keep the high-level versions. So that's still a lot of crap that I'm keeping around here. Like, I've got so many different reactors and, you know, and thrusters and all that I'm not using. I guess we're not allowed to go into the workshop, but the one thing that I do want to do eventually is build some excellent capacitors, because that's clearly something that I need. Okay. So yeah, I mean, this is the best I can hope for. Unfortunately, it's not enough. We just won't bring it into the battle with us. As for the rest of it, though, I think we're where we want to be. I mean, I guess I got some speed. Maybe got some speed. The other thing I'm going to do really quick was I just want to double check where we're at on... yeah, so we've got some excellent hydraulics that we're hiding away. Is the regenerator really the best you can do? Well, I guess we can't put hollow plating on this thing. This tells me this thing needs a new torso. Yeah, there's some weird stuff going on this one. Man, I go nuts on the hydraulics, don't I? Okay, so the answer to this is we will make sure not to bring the wind this time around. Lance gets brought back into the... sorry, if I didn't say Lance, Lance gets brought back in. We will keep going with the rest of them. I'm sorry about the time that took. We're ready to let her rip. I wonder what... okay, it's looking up. Ooh, good song too. Oh, actually, it might be different when we get to the battle. Well, they're all good songs, but I have a couple of favorites. Rebel unit sighted, requesting immediate reinforcements. Let's make this quick. Okay, so we've got a unit with a marksman rifle, one with a heavy launcher. Heavy launcher does 851 damage, so we want to take that seriously. Excuse me. No reinforcements coming in. Looks like a total of 4 enemies, 2 mechs. The tank, one's got an autocannon, the other one's got a machine gun. That machine gun's going to be a problem. Excuse me. All right. So, I guess the next question is, which is the weaker of the two? Ooh, they're both kind of monsters, but it looks like the one with the marksman rifle is the tougher one. Yeah, Strider, so I guess you were, you know, I apologize. You seem to have been spot on with that. I never thought of it that way. Hey, Riley! Gives me a chance to put another one of these out. This is a chance I do get to get a chance to put this band camp up every once in a while. So we've got a very important VIP in chat. This lovely music you're listening to is, well, you can figure out the connection between the two names. It's actually kind of fun. So I did get a chance to meet Riley at a party, but what I had not known until I took a look at this Bandcamp page was that we actually went to the same university together, although he's certainly done much better with his degree than I have. But one of the things that's kind of funny about this is I've actually wound up playing more games off of the score for Phantom Brigade than I have almost like anything else. Like, so Phantom Brigade's an amazing game on its own. But what I didn't appreciate was like a Fold Apart is on Apple Arcade, and just I'm seeing all these connections with different things that sort of touch on the Phantom Brigade soundtrack. And again, I'm a huge fan of this. One, just because of this like really good cinematic quality. I mean, I could not think of a better match between composer and game, because obviously Phantom Brigade has so much going for it in terms of that playing, like, you know, playing your turn out and that really cinematic approach that they sort of take to sort of seeing your strategy play out. It's why, you know, the inclusion of replay and expansion, anticipated expansion, is so good. And of course, the score, again, I know absolutely nothing that goes into the composition, but it's just, it fits so well. You know, it really does feel, and people have said this in chat, like, it really does feel like it's a movie. And so, you know, again, I'm assuming music like that doesn't just, you know, grow on trees. I'm assuming it's actually really, it's probably really tough and frustrating. But naturally, I just assume that, you know, everybody who makes music is like 10 feet tall and just has brilliant ideas all the time. But yeah, no, it's a chance. The reason why I specifically bring up that Bandcamp is that, number one, it's obviously a wonderful way for people to share the stuff that they're doing. It's very easy to listen to music now. I love my, you know, Apple Music subscription and all of that. But people do need to get paid for this stuff too. And it's a chance here, particularly if it's not something that's attached to a game that you might have played. It's a chance to maybe just see some of the other stuff from a composer who at least I very much enjoy the work of. And I think that's also just because, so far as I can tell, you don't stream on Twitch, so this is the best I can do for a shout out. But yeah. Anyways, Riley is quite nice in person and a hell of a composer. And I finally got to at least give a little bit back by mentioning the Civilization Beyond Earth soundtrack, which I like very much. although it's very broad. Like it works incredibly well in that game, and that's a conversation we can have at another point. But I think the one drawback is like I definitely tend to go, especially if I'm at work, I tend to go really to, oh wow! Did you get a chance to hear the Rising Tide soundtrack? Because I did not appreciate that they actually released that one separately, and they added one track. Okay, oh man, that would be so cool if you could do that. Yeah, so I gotta I mean, maybe this is something that's better to say for Discord, but I gotta say there is a track in the, yeah, I have a little bit of an idea of what that costs, but that would be so good if it was though, if you could pull it off though. So chat, this is your job. You've all been wonderful in terms of watching the game, and I know a lot of you are supporting it. Some of you are waiting for it to come out on Steam before you support it. But this soundtrack, this score, this masterpiece deserves to be realized by live musicians. And you can help that happen by buying this game. No, I shouldn't make commitments like that, but anyways, no. Yeah, the one thing I do got to say about the Rising Tide soundtrack is that they added, there was one song. I was at the end of the game, and there's actually not a bad little story in Beyond Earth, and it's one of, I think I mentioned this in the message, but like Beyond Earth is one of the few games that has actually given me a "my God, what have I done" moment, because I didn't pay close enough attention to what one of the endings was. And so I was coming close to the ending that I like, you know, it did not matter how many times I needed to reload. It did not matter how hopeless the situation was. I had to get that ending. I had to redeem myself from the terrible thing that I had done the first time I beat the game. And I think it's like it's definitely in the back 3/4 of the Rising Tide soundtrack. I think the song's called Lahar. But basically the AI sort of caught on that I was about to win, and it's quite literally everyone in the game declaring war on me. And I have this sort of Britannia rules the waves navy sort of that can maybe have a chance of holding off the forces. But if it's like a land battle, I'm really gonna struggle. And at that moment, sort of we'd opened this portal to Earth, and humanity's sort of coming through it to start colonizing, and like I need to set up 20 human settlements while defending them. And anyways, basically that particular track, it's a little bit like I think it's Destroyer is one of the ones. It's one of the ones where like the soundtrack goes to 11, and like definitely that was a very memorable moment. Beyond Earth, because I had the gravity of again, like because the previous round I sort of know what happens if the other side wins. I had this tremendous gravity, and the fact that there were sort of colonists from Earth now on the planet, and all of a sudden after everybody declares war, this very, very dramatic piece comes on. It reminded me a little bit of when I was playing this, and I was trying to dodge rockets while I don't even remember the name of the track anymore, but you know the one, like the one I keep, you know, talking about being a favorite. Although this one's quickly coming up my list. You absolutely pegged my tastes by saying this was one that I would like. So yeah, anyways, needless to say, soundtracks for games are great, and we are spoiled by the fact that there are so many good composers working in games. Riley is one of them, and certainly one of the better ones if the games I've played that he is attached to is any indication. So what I'm kind of hoping for here with this with the Sleipnir attack is that I'm hoping that we can take this tank out this turn. The one with the machine gun, I think I'm gonna have to try. I'm lucky that I've got the Svalin shield up, actually, because what I can try and do in this case is create a friendly fire situation. Yeah, so I basically just want a straight line right here. Now it'd be wonderful if I could fire my shotgun, but I don't think that's realistic, so the reason we got a big shield, we'll put it up and hope for the best. Okay, so let's just see how that plays out. So Lance comes in, throw down the shield, hopefully shrug off whatever's coming towards us. Ah, that's almost 3 units worth of attacks. Ooh. Okay, let's just make sure we're a little more accurate on that. Yeah, and the point of this thing is to make sure that the machine gun's drilling into the ally. Okay, so now this autocannon may be taken out in time. Also, things will be improved by... So, again, the autocannon's something that comes after us at range anyway. Now, I don't entirely believe this... Oh, hang on. Maybe I do. Well, no, that definitely feels like the sort of thing that might be able to hit me. I'm gonna hope it doesn't, but anyways, I got a couple of plans for this. So, want to hold position. Now it's saying that it's not gonna land. That's probably true. Okay, so let's try and maybe jump to where we need to go. So what I'm trying to do here is get a couple of marksman shots off. Basically, I'm trying to get a couple marksman shots off before I have to dodge the missiles. Because again, this thing does 900, or well, almost 900 damage. That is not the sort of thing you just want to stand and take on the chin. So, we will move aside. I'll dash. See, I'm definitely heating up a bit. But I'm hoping that I can maybe do a sniper shot on the machine gunner in the back. Okay, that's 3 characters taken care of. So the one nice thing is it looks like the machine gunner is not really being targeted. Now, one thing that sucks about this is that, you know, I can let her rip. Okay, actually no, there's a solution to this. So if I just dash... Actually, I wonder if I dash on the high ground, if I can accomplish the same thing. No. Okay. So I'll dash to get in closer. I probably collide with someone, don't I? Drat! Well, what if we wait? Well, I mean, then that raises the question, am I really... Yeah, I'm not helping anything. Okay, made it. Ah, really? Okay. So if it's not clear what I'm trying to do here, it's... Ah, perfect. I was like, the only... There's like 0.013 seconds more that we could improve the efficiency of that. Please tell me I don't... No! Damn it! I just tagged the back heel of my ally. You know what? I think I'm just going to accept the inefficiency of the attack. Oh, hang on. Am I really able to get a little bit closer? That's great if I can, but I don't actually... Yeah, no. Yeah, so the specific reason why I'm building it this way is that I want to do as much damage as possible to this unit. So we're trying to... No way. So there's a small danger of blue on blue here, but I think I'm willing to take that risk. But basically, I'm hoping that we can take out this mech with the 2 assault rifle shots. It's what's gonna suck is if one of the bullets actually winds up going into my... Actually, you know what? There's an easier way for me to get past this, and that's just for me to move the Sleipnir up a little bit. Yeah, then we get clear shots. So again, I'm sort of bouncing around the probability of hitting, but I don't know. The idea here is to try and take this unit out before it gets too close to be dangerous. So in this case here, we're just going to try and, I don't know, give them the good old assault rifle massage and, you know, hope this thing's taken out. Next up, we're taking advantage of friendly fire in the back on this unit here, and basically a full run on the machine gun. Again, another pretty high concussion damage attack. The rest of this is really... This unit's just trying to dodge the missiles. And then this one is enabling the fact that there's an attack from the machine gun. So basically, this guy's getting it from both ends. The other thing that works really well here is that it's on the right-hand side, I believe. So... If nothing else, well, no, that's pretty head-on. I was thinking that maybe we'd be able to take out their primary weapon, but I think that's probably wishful thinking. Actually, if anything, this is probably overkill, but I built this up enough. Of course, we're going to do this in slow motion because I want to see how it turns out, but... We can speed up the first little bit. Perfect shot from the trees. That's a lot of missiles. Okay, either a miracle's gonna happen or this is gonna really suck. Saved! And this is why you'll all be adding this game to your wish lists. Oh, I love this game. All right, so there is a straggler. I don't think there's a lot we can do about that, though. I think we're just going to have to accept our fate. Okay, looks like this guy... not a bad decision on their part, actually. They are... they're using their marksman rifle. That's a good distance for them to be at. So, what I'm going to try and do here, there is going to be a certain period of time where I'm vulnerable, because like I need to build up my dash. But my best option is, remember how I'm talking about how if you move perpendicular to the attack, that's going to be improving your chances of dodging? I'm going to apply the same principle here. And then what I'll do on the other end, now this missile, either it's going to land or it's not. So originally I wanted to target the tank. I do actually still have the option, but it does look like there's a hill in the way. So what I'm going to do instead is we're going to try and deal with these infuriating missiles. And, oh. Yeah, that looks like a clear shot. We should be able to get a second one off before the end of the turn. Yeah, just barely. Okay. So next question, of course, is, and this is the beauty of the Savalan shield. Oh, this thing's gonna be, oh, that's a thing of beauty. So I don't even think I need to worry all that much about. I'm actually gonna go so far. No, you know what? I think I could still fit a shield in. Really? So we might as well keep the shield up. I mean, it doesn't hurt to be protected. But yeah, we basically just get to let the... What on earth? Are you kidding me? How in the world does heat generation work then? Because like we packed this thing full of capacitors to avoid... Okay, well, anyways, wait it out for a bit. We'll, I'm a little worried about how close they are, but I really don't want to mess around with this walking segment. Well, no, that'll remove everything before it. Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to completely redesign the wind and this thing. Like I'm definitely gonna rip out the capacitors because we can do better things. Okay. So we're running pretty hot here. We know that we're gonna be the target of the machine gun next, but I can run around the corner. That gives me enough time to sort of reload. Now, one thing I can do, remember how I was talking about how I don't necessarily like having an attack sort of cross over a turn? Oh, actually, it turns out we're not obstructed that long. So again, this is probably overkill. But I have other things that I can do. So, pilot concussed, we can try and do the same trick with the tank over here. Which, of course, actually kind of removes the need for me to move this guy out of the way, but whether or not we can pull it off is another question. Okay, so I got to be really careful about how I manage my heat here. So, okay, fire it once, a second one, and we basically kill this thing. How confident am I that I can dodge the missiles? Okay, here's what we're going to do. I want to try and put some distance between us and the projectiles. I can't believe that works. Okay, I gotta wait for the last little bit because I don't, like, again, this stuff needs to hit to do the damage. Now, I mean, this is a fast mech, but, like, it's not outrun missiles fast. So we are still gonna dash at the end. What I'm hoping, so you can kind of see what happened here, right? These things move a lot faster than some of the other heavy launchers that we've seen. So the thing that I'm trying to accomplish with this one is so I've got a mission, which is to take out this machine gunner. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to buy a little bit more time before the projectiles hit by moving. So notice that I'm standing still when they start firing, and as soon as the missiles start coming out, that's when I start moving away. And then again, we fire for as long as we can, then we run while we cool down, and then the dash. We may wind up overheating just at the tail end of it, but there's not a whole lot that I can do about that. So let's see. Let's see how it turns out. I'm very interested. I guess the other question is who. Well, I guess we probably want to see how this dash turns out because we've got a missile, or not a missile, a marksman shot coming after us. So. Okay, so they actually weren't. Oh. Haha. They're down to 8 already. We're so close to taking this guy out. Okay, so mission accomplished. Question is, can we get away from the missiles? Start your jets, man! Well, got hit by one. I'm almost mad that one of them landed, because that would have been so nice to see a clean escape. But we got our concussion, so 2 tanks down, this pilot's concussed, this guy's only got a rocket launcher, and we've all got jets. So let's wrap this up. So one thing I'm not crazy about here is I'm attacking the shield side, and I think I've got enough flexibility that I should be able to come up with slightly better attacks. The only thing I'm worried about is this hill, because that does seem like the sort of thing that might cause me trouble later. So maybe we just wait out the first... Yeah, so we do the first marksman attack. Try and get a little bit of high ground. I mean, it's already... Turn's already done by the time this damage happens, but... Okay, who's the target of the... Fair enough. I probably don't want to risk taking that on the shield. So one of the other things I can do is try and take out the right arm. That's going to be the purpose of this machine gun shot. I don't normally like crossing over into the next turn, but we know we're going to be wrapping this up soon anyway. Now, one thing that does worry me slightly is that this big guy is not like it's not just that they're not mobile. They don't have that good of a their dodge isn't that good. So here's what I think we're gonna do. Okay, so they're starting. It seems a little counterintuitive that I'm moving into it. But basically, this is free time. Okay, so then they're launching, so then there's going to be that period of time where they're moving in, which is probably shorter than I think it is. And then what I'm going to try and do... This is not the best cover, but it's cover. So, you know, this is kind of the best... Or, no, actually, sorry, I can just dash more than once. So, you know, again, I'm doing the best I can with a mech that's really not designed to be doing this sort of thing. But it should take me through the rest of the match. And yeah, as we were talking about, it does look like the Does look like I misjudged the heat a little bit. But we do get to take revenge. Again, this is almost certainly overkill, but... Okay, right arm's down. Hey, we did dodge the, we did dodge the missiles. And looks like I lost some scrap there. Alright, that was a really fun one. There's open fire and I'm reloading. Oh, beautiful. And we just had enough scrap to be able to get this all. Now, I think they've gotten rid of the... I say this every time, but I'm pretty sure they've gotten rid of the scrap numbers. I suppose I could get it by, like, looking at the list here, but, like, well... So, 45, 35... Should have just gone with my original. Cool. Apparently I need to deliver these to a facility. I feel like we have enough time to liberate the province and... Yeah, I feel like we have enough time to finish liberating the province, and then we can maybe, we can head back. In fact, that will probably be a good idea, because you'll notice that my repair resources are starting to come down. Now, we haven't really had to spend that much. We've been doing okay as far as keeping the damage to our mechs to a minimum. I think there's a good argument for wrapping up the liberation of Hofsfred, for the simple reason that I'm not sure why battles haven't been showing up on the screen, but it would probably be a really good idea for me to, like, not be caught by battles. Like, essentially to... These are all fixed positions. I get to decide when I take them. Why not finish the battle before I have to start reacting to things? Because as we learned... You know, it's not like having this village go back to the enemy was that big of a deal. We just wanted to fulfill our obligation and move the hope up, right? But it would be nice not to have to run all over the map like we did last time. So I figure take out a couple more bases in Hosfred. I think probably we'll need 2 or 3. I can't recall. I don't think it tells you the individual values. Yeah, I figure if we do the things that are labeled objectives, I figure what we'll do is we'll take these out, double back to the farm. If we don't have more repair resources, we might actually head all the way back to the resupply point. I mean, the other thing too is that given that this is already a province that we've done some work in, maybe we just liberate Vremel, right? But anyways, all of this stuff is something that we will deal with a week from now. Unless there's an update to Industries of Titan or I feel like playing something different. But let's face it, Phantom Brigade's a lot of fun. And like I'm hoping... I was having the time of my life playing this. I like Phantom Brigade a lot, but I feel like tonight there was a lot of just fun stuff that happened. Or maybe it was just, you know, the fact that Strider was stopping by, among others. Either way, though, thank you everybody for watching this. Just a reminder that this game is still in early access, so it's currently on the Epic Store. And of course, if you do want to support the developers, you know, buying games is a great way of doing that because you wind up with a really good game as well. But I will mention that if you are waiting for this game to come onto Steam, there is actually still some work that you can do to help them out. And that is if you join the Discord we gave... Well, I'll tell you what, I did put the Discord link above. Do I have it here? There was a little bit of chat, so we might have lost it. Nope, we've got it here. So at some point they are going to be doing some more beta testing for Steam, and the best way to get informed about the beta tests are to be in that Discord. So if you, again, for whatever reason, if you're waiting for the full release or if you're waiting for it to become available on Steam, you can hang out on that Discord. There's a bunch of very cool people in there. I know Brace Yourself is really... So they also have a Discord, actually, sorry, not just a Discord, but they also have a Twitch channel. I shouted everybody out except... But yeah, they're also really good at Twitch. So, like I said, 10-foot tall geniuses that only have good ideas all the time. But I hope I got that right, because I know it's like Brace Yourself Folk for the Twitter account. Anyways, they're not that hard to find on Twitter, on Twitch. But yeah, to the point, this game is going to be coming out probably sooner than we think, but not soon enough for the people who want to play the full version of the game. Of course, keep in mind, the longer this game has to develop, the better it is. So, if you want to help with the testing for the game, hop into that Discord. They will let you know when you have a chance to sign up. From what I am hearing, and again, I have no special insight on this. I'm just trying to relay what the impressions that I've gotten from hanging out in chat. I get the impression that the next round is going to be quite a bit bigger than the first round. So if you didn't get in the first time, don't let that discourage you. I suspect that they are probably going to want to put this thing through the paces before they do their big 1.0 release across all platforms. And of course, for those of you who just can't, for those of you who just can't wait, the game is available on the Epic Store right now. And instead of waiting for me to do my big long goodbye, or perhaps you just want to hear this wonderful soundtrack, looking at the beautiful images in front of you and not have my voice alongside, that's a great reason to do so. I also don't know if the EP that you see on that Bandcamp site is, I think, from 2019. I don't know if there will be like a full release of the soundtrack. I'm assuming there will be, but you can bookmark the Bandcamp and you can enjoy all the other lovely music on it until then. And Strider, thank you very much. It's always fun to have you around. My best to Hop, if Hop can't hear this myself. Absolutely good. I didn't want to, again, I like jokingly committing stuff for for things like, because I don't think anybody serious is going to think that if like 1 million people buy the early access Phantom Brigade, that they're going to say, oh wow, it was that appeal for the live orchestra that did that. But yeah, like to just say it's like, oh yeah, full soundtrack available on Bandcamp. I don't know what the agreement was. I assume that composers are allowed usually to put the stuff on their Bandcamp, but yeah, I will wait for the game release, knowing that, as I said, waiting for the game release means everything is better. But I'm really looking forward to just having this thing playing. Like, there's a few, I will say, like, the FTL soundtrack does a really good job of sort of bringing me to the place I'm at when I'm playing that game. And so oddly enough, when I'm doing some work that requires focus, I'll put on like the final battle music. And Phantom Brigade has, like, when I listen to some of the bits on the EP that you put in there, like, I can definitely have moments from the game, like particularly memorable ones, obviously, but they usually do tend to kind of bring up the, sort of similar feelings in terms of just being able to sort of remember moments and specifically where my head was at during them. So it's definitely going to be, I think it'll be good to have that in the rotation. If you get if I don't know how the payment works if you're on like a subscription service or that, but if it ever winds up on Apple Music, I'll be sure to put it on repeat. I'll run my battery into the dirt so that you get paid. Anyways, everyone, thank you very much for hanging out. Also, sorry, I started saying with it, Strider, Takri, always lovely to have you in chat. Allgrins, again, thank you, both of you, for being such steadfast viewers. And for those of you who have been lurking, obviously that is the lifeblood of Twitch. I realize that one of the big appeals for my stream is just to have something on in the background. Phantom Brigade probably inspires a few more, oh my god, what did I just do moments. But hopefully it was pleasant. I'm just going to try and find somebody to host. Unfortunately, I'm getting bombarded with all the tabs that I refuse to close. Hopefully nothing too embarrassing pops up. And hey, no problem. I mean, you've got a big part in having a game to stream. I've not gotten tired of this, so I am personally looking, I don't know, like, it's easy to stream this. But yeah, actually, only one more thing to say. On Wednesday, next Wednesday, like I said, it's either going to be Phantom Brigade or Industries of Titan, with a slight preference for Phantom Brigade just because it's gotten the more recent update. Looks like there's nobody else doing Phantom Brigade right now. I'm going to be back Friday. We finished out there, so I think I'm going to do the last level of Quake. And then that starts freeing things up on my own end. And then Monday we should be back to Old World. Again, I hope all of you enjoyed your Labor Day. I know I certainly needed the time. I didn't get it off. I just worked. But yeah, that's life. But yeah, oddly enough, Kilgore Trout is the best available. He was in chat a little bit earlier. Oh, Olaf, you're still around. Sorry, I know it's really late for where you are. Thank you very much for hanging out. I'm really, really happy to see you again. But yeah, sorry, this is way too long of a goodbye. Kilgore Trout was in the chat a little bit earlier. And he's currently playing the Elder Scrolls II Daggerfall. So I'm sure he will probably just say, it's just him reciprocating, showing up. And yeah, maybe it is, for all I know. But I actually genuinely don't know who else to host, because normally I try to pass things off to Phantom Brigade or other Brace Yourself titles. I don't have that much to go on. So that's a terrible reason to hang out with Kilgore. The reason to hang out with Kilgore is he's a nice guy. And he is currently playing the Elder Scrolls II Daggerfall Unity, which I believe is now actually on GOG as well. But I'm surprised by how well that mod makes, or the port. Basically, it enables modding, and the game looks really, really good with certain mods. So I wish I liked Daggerfall more than I did, but I did play that on stream at some point. In any case, I will leave you in his capable hands. I will see some of you on Friday. For those of you here for Phantom Brigade, I'll see you in a week. And for those of you just like hanging out, and I'm sure I'll see you in all the other places. So treat Kilgore well. Have a lovely evening. Until next time.